Hello, everybody out there, and welcome to another episode of the Black Spinner Music Podcast. And today we got a very special episode with some very special people that we're all going to talk about a very special band. Today's episode is called The World of Rush. And today with us we have three guys who I believe their favorite band is Rush, and they are going to talk through us through their whole discography, and they are going to share what they think about these albums and these songs. And so let's get to it. Let's introduce the panel. Today we have Will Toth from the Will's Rush page and Will's Music Shop.
Hello.
And if you are looking for anything Rush, or vinyl, or CDs, or great clippings and some history about Rush, hit that page, hit that Facebook page, and you'll learn a lot. Also, we have Mark Alden Taylor from the Freeform Rock podcast, and also from that from that metal station. He has got a really good show there on Tuesday nights from 8 Central to about midnight. You go about 4 hours or 5 hours, Mark?
I go 5 hours. Depends if they change my schedule. I might go back to 4.
Right. And I believe each show starts with a Rush song. Am I right?
Mostly.
And also we have Al Horta for the Be Cool or Be Podcast podcast. And if y'all want to see some live shows, go hit up his YouTube page. You'll see some really good high quality shows there. What's the last one? Did you put Rage Against the Machine out there?
Yeah, that's the last one I put up, and then I was supposed to go see the Chili Peppers, and ended up getting sick that week.
Oh no, really?
I had an upper respiratory infection. So that was last Wednesday. So I ended up not going to that show. I was feeling a little bit better on Thursday, and so my wife and I went to go see Zach Brown Band. Mm-hmm. And then during the concert, it was a great concert and everything, but I'm like, I don't know if it was a mistake trekking all the way out to Long Island, New York.
Yeah,
then I came back home and I was sick again, and kind of like the rest of the weekend I was just out for the count.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, so but tomorrow we're going to see Duran Duran at the Garden. So,
cool.
I'm seeing them in September.
Yeah. Tomorrow night at Madison Square Garden is Duran Duran, which is one of my wife's favorite bands. I've seen them tons of times with her, and they're always great live too.
Yeah,
so.
I've always missed them. They're always one of my favorite bands.
Oh yeah, I've been seeing them like the last 20 years. Ever since the original band reunited in like 2002 or something, I've seen them pretty much every tour.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I get made fun of from Metal Mike because I always play a Duran Duran song on that metal station.
Whatever, man.
So it's all the original members right now, or it's been original members?
No, Andy's gone.
No, Andy Taylor's not there, but the rest of the guys are the original guys. Andy Taylor's already hasn't been there probably past 10 years.
Yeah, he left in the middle of the reunion tour.
Not that early, but I mean, he lasted a couple of tours with them.
But I wanted to ask you about the Strokes, but unfortunately you weren't able to go.
Yeah,
but it's really good to have you back, being healthy. And
thank you. And I'm glad to be on the show, man. This has been a show I've been wanting to go on for a while. So
yeah, I've been really wanting to do this with you three guys because y'all know y'all stuff, and I can actually take a night off tonight and just monitor everything. All right, guys, let's get started. Let's get going. All right, the first album that Rush released was in 1974, and it was their self-titled album. So we'll go to share about each album. We'll go Will, Mark, and Al. So go ahead, Will. What you got for the first album?
The very first album. This is the one that started everything with Rutsy on drums. And, it makes you wonder if, just the evolution of that first record. It's a solid rock album. People thought it was Led Zeppelin when they first aired the music, when Donna Hart Helper, WMMS, I think, in the U.S. And that's an interesting story, too, because Rush had to go to the U.S. and tour to get to get noticed, to be discovered, and get bar time, and obviously radio play helped them immensely. So, and that, if you come back to Canada for a minute, you talk about Moon Records. I showed you the 45 before we got going. They had to create nobody would pick them up back in that era, that time. So they had to create their own label called Moon Records, produced their first 45 and a record. And this, the rest is history. So, and then Retzi had to quit, and or was dismissed. There's two stories about that, I guess, I've read. And just before they were supposed to tour on that first record, which is interesting. So Al, correct me if I'm wrong on those details, or Mark too. There's a lot of history with Rush, but so then Neil joined the auditions. Neil 3 weeks before that tour to go on the road. He had to learn the songs, and the audition. I was just reading recently. They auditioned 5 drummers, and Neil was number 3. And one of them that they auditioned was the first drummer of Max Webster, which is interesting. And he turned the gig down, and because he wanted to go and work with Max Webster. And apparently, the story goes, he regrets that to this day, just because of the success of Rush, But if you talk about John he's playing on that, Neil and John, entirely different types of drummers. But that first album, it kicks ass, in my opinion. I've always loved it, and it's a regular listen for me. And like, there's some solid rock on there. 4/4 time. John was an excellent drummer, 4/4 time drummer, but he really pounded those things. And if you watch those old Laura Secord videos with Retzi that came out on one of the DVD packages, they released some of that stuff. It's crazy how good all of them were, 3 of them at that early stage. So great songs on that record, and I really, like I said, it's in my regular playlist. Working Man, of course. What You're Doing, they did that on our 40 tour, closed the show with it in the final set. Absolutely amazing. So,
it's always so cool how they have class, like ending the show with where they began, And I just wanted to add, Triumph had to do the same thing, was go into America to break through, because they couldn't break through in Canada. And they actually had to break through down here in Texas. A radio station had to play them in the middle of the night over and over to get it moving. And I know that the Max Webster drummer felt bad for not being a part of Rush, but would they have been as popular if Neil Peart had not have joined the band with his lyrics, and they would not have become the Rush that we know and love without Neil Peart.
No, you're right. Just from the lyrical perspective as well as the drumming,
And
Neil's
and
influence,
the character that they overtook.
Right. So they completely went on a different journey, I think, at that point. And that's when things really started to change for the sound, with the sounds, and the lyrics, But it's funny that people thought, when they first started playing Rush on the radio, people thought it was Led Zeppelin. They thought it was a new Zeppelin record, and which is crazy, But if you listen to it, it's not just the voice; it's the guitar work. There's some serious blues rock on that first record, and so I can understand, because it's always kind of it's like their Led Zeppelin 1. It reminds me of that, It's got some straightforward blues rock on it, like Zeppelin 1, and just reminds me of that. So, but yeah, one of my favorite records, and I was just listening to it today. Actually, I was working.
Also, the song "Working Man" reminds me a lot of Black Sabbath. The guitar work reminds me a lot of Black Sabbath.
Yeah.
Mark, what do you want to share about the first album?
Well, the first album I didn't get into till years later, because I was getting my next door neighbor got me into Rush, and the first song I heard was Subdivisions on Signals when I was like 10 or 12. And I go, this rules. And then I just went back. I remember seeing the first Rush album in the bargain bin at Kmart all the time, and I always passed it by. That and Fly By Night. I just passed those albums by and just went for the 80s Grace Under Pressure, Signals, Moving Pictures. I just went for all that. And then later, then I went to 2112. I go, whoa, this is freaking interesting. I like this. And then I got the first album years later, and I go, I like it. But the thing is, I'm a huge Neil Peart fan, and it just sounds weird. It doesn't sound like Rush, what I know Rush is now.
Mm-hmm.
And so I love the album. It's rockers, and they always play Working Man live every time I've seen them, like in a medley or sometimes by itself. But I do like it. It's a great album. And I think they dismissed Rutsey because he had bad diabetes and he was drinking too much, something like that. And they were afraid that he was going to die. So I like the album. It's really good. I only bought one box set, which we'll get to later. But it's a great album. I do like it. It's not my favorite Rush album, though.
Nice. Al, what do you think about their debut album?
Yeah, much like Mark, I remember when I first started buying Rush and I got into them, and I'll get to that story when I get to the album of when I got into them. But I got that I probably got that album probably next to the last one of all the releases up until that point. I remember just looking at the cover, I had the pink and Rush lettering, and I kind of just, I kind of pushed it aside. But I mean, back then you didn't have internet, so you kind of didn't really know. I mean, I didn't know about like that there was a drummer before Neil Peart. I didn't know that there was a different drummer on the first album until I got like a biography on them or whatever. But anyway, like I bought the cassette, and right when I heard Finding My Way like fade in, I was like blown away. I was like, damn, man, these guys were pretty different like when they started out. I mean, this was like an oddity of an album. Kind of, yeah, reminded me like, very Zeppelin-ish, a bit of Humble Pie, bands of that day. I think Bad Company was just starting to come up and stuff like that. So, Finding My Way, man, just blew me away. And then, as I heard as I listened to the album, I'm like, it's a fucking rocking album, man. To me, that's like an Alex album all the way, man. I mean, the riffing and the solos, he just rips on that album. It's like he was just like a dog unleashed, And then, what you're doing, in the mood. I remember always liking In the Mood. I like the booginess of it and shit, I guess. But Working Man, that was like the heaviest tune on there, real heavy. And then, after I heard the other albums and I heard Before and After, I was like, this kind of signals a little bit of like kind of where they would go, kind of with the soft intro and then, building up and then boom, I like Rutz's grooves on there, actually. I thought he was a pretty more of a groove-oriented drummer, obviously. Because when I heard those versions of the songs on All the World's a Stage, it was a little bit jarring, hearing Neil like throwing all these fills in, adding his own stamp to it, obviously. But when I go back to the first album, I hear kind of the more straightforward drumming of John. I actually thought, I mean, obviously it served the songs because they didn't move into that progressive kind of direction yet, but yeah, I mean, I like the album. It's probably middle tier. If I ranked all the albums, it probably sits somewhere in the middle there. I take it, as just a naive band that just kind of just trying to quote unquote find their way, and I think by the time they recorded that album, they were already getting into like progressive, like Genesis and Yes and all that stuff. So those songs are probably songs they were playing like 5-6 years on the road already. They went in the studio and just like banged it out. And I heard the story that Rutsey like wrote lyrics for the album, but then right before they went and recorded the album, he threw them out. He tossed them, and Geddy had to sort of kind of write kind of lyrics on the fly, which kind of. When I hear that story, though, if they had been playing those songs live on the road, in whatever bars and stuff, then I don't know. It kind of makes no sense to me because if they had already been playing them songs, they would obviously had lyrics to them.
Already have, yeah.
Unless they like rewrote the lyrics for the album or something. I don't know. We don't have like that the pre-bar day tapes or anything like that of them playing live. I mean, that Laura Secord show of them playing, that was pretty much a holy grail for me because I always wanted to hear a live show with Rutsy on drums. And then watching that video, John was very much the front man at that time.
Really?
He was the one that introduced the songs and introduced the band and talked in between the songs and stuff. So, I mean, Geddy was seen very shy. You could tell, he wasn't the Geddy that he was. Yeah, bass playing, he was already pretty amazing, but you could tell he was reserved though. I mean, John was very much the vocal front man, main talking guy in that band. So, but yeah, the first Rush, I love it, man. I still play it to this day as well. Great album.
You know what? You know what's fucked up about that?
It was a little disappointing when they released that 40th anniversary vinyl set. I was kind of wishing they would have put the first single in there. Maybe like repressed the 45 and threw it in there as a bonus of Not Fade Away and what's the B-side, Will?
Not Fade Away and
You Can't Fight It. That's it.
You Can't Fight It. That's
You
right.
Can't Fight It.
Not
Fade Away being a Buddy Holly cover.
Yeah.
Kind of, it was cool, kind of a little silly, but You Can't Fight It was a pretty cool rocker. I would have sat right along, with the other songs on the first album. But I would have been cool if they kind of threw that in as a bonus. I mean, fans have been clamoring for that for years. I remember getting a bootleg CD and never even knowing about those songs until years later, and those songs were on it. I'm like, holy shit, there's like stuff before the first album, and but I'm hoping one day for a record store day thing. Maybe they'll do a record store day 45 for it or something. So I'm holding out hope for that. Anyway,
but since we're still on the first album, don't you think it's fucked up that they didn't put Rutsy in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with Rush?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of like, for these other bands, they throw guys in there that
all the Chili Peppers guitarists.
Yeah,
they didn't even put the drummer Pearl Jam in there. It was on the first two albums. I'm going, what's up with that?
Well, he wasn't on the first album, but he was there during the classic.
Yeah.
He was the drummer when they blew up, dude. It's like,
And then Kiss, it was just it's like Kiss and Rush from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah, it's like
no respect at all.
Nah. Grateful Dead win like 50 members or something.
Yeah, it's like bullshit. It's like anything that Rolling Stone liked, artsy fartsy shit. Even though Rush is artsy fartsy shit, but it has a fucking groove and a rhythm, they don't like. No.
But the thing with Kiss, now I know that there's bigger fans than I am in Kiss, but I believe, in my opinion, that those four went in because that's the reason why they went into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's because of the original four. It's not because of what happened after.
But if you think of the Chili Peppers, they went in because of Frusciante, not the other guitarists or the other drummers.
Yeah, exactly. They included the Klinghoffer in there. I mean, come on, man. I mean, he was.
Yeah.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is if you're not, unless you're Eddie Vedder or like Springsteen, who's they're up their ass, or Dave Grohl, they're up their asses. Like they kiss their ass, whatever they want, they get. It's like, and these other bands, look how long it took to induct Sabbath in there. And Sabbath was the originators of fucking metal.
No Dio in
there. That's like a slap in the, come on.
I know we're going off on a sidetrack here, but one more thing that pissed me off is that they put in all these people: Bruce Kulick, Vinnie Vincent, Eric Carr should have been in there with them.
Eric Carr,
at least Eric Carr, huh?
Definitely Eric Carr and Bruce Kulick.
Yes,
they were in the band longer than the original guys.
And me, I'm a Kiss. I hate Kiss. I like 70s Kiss. But I think they got screwed. I think John Rutsy got screwed, bringing it back to Rush. I think he got screwed. That guy should have been, without him, there wouldn't have been a Rush.
And I'm learning a lot because I didn't know that John was such a big focal point in the beginning with the band. I didn't know
he drove that band in the beginning, man.
Wow, I never knew that.
He had, in the very, very early years, he had Geddy fired, actually. He booted him from the band.
Yeah, there were several variations of Rush before the Rush that we know today, even before the second album. And Al's right. There were he fired Geddy, brought in another guy. Things kept changing. Alex was the first original member and remained, obviously. But yeah, no, it's interesting. And I got to say, you mentioned Geddy's bass playing on that first record. I agree. The bass lines on that thing are crazy, and you can see, like, even with the again with those Laura Secord videos, amazing. You can hear Geddy's talent even at such an early age, even though he wasn't really a frontman yet because he was shy, as you said. But I don't know if you guys have heard the bootleg. It's called the Agora Ballroom.
Oh yeah,
it's on YouTube.
Rush, it's when Pert. I think it's when Pert was with the band.
Yeah. Neil, any bootleg, any of those bootlegs, those early like FM recordings or like broadcasts. That's all with Neil. There was never anything with like John.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's with Neil.
Yeah, that's Neil.
Yeah.
I've got a couple on disc. And there's one where they do an extended Working Man, they do an extended jam, and you can hear bits of Bytor in there.
Yeah.
And they did some songs that were never even on the first album, like Garden Road. And
it has Garden Road on there. I never heard that, so I bought that. I go, damn.
Fancy Dancer.
Yeah.
Fancy Dancer. Yeah, that early stuff is amazing. But
Fancy
did you guys
Dancer. And Bad Boy.
Yeah,
but that wasn't their song. That was Larry.
As the Beatles did that.
Yeah.
There wasn't a Beatles original either, but the Beatles.
It's just weird they did a Beatles song. It's like,
it's not really a Beatles song, though. I mean, that's a Beatles covered that too.
Yeah.
I can't remember the original guy that wrote it, but the Beatles did that in their early years too. And
what song was it? I'm sorry.
Bad Boy, a song called Bad Boy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. I forgot who wrote that. I think his last name was Williams.
Larry Williams. Yeah.
Larry Williams or something like that.
Yeah, it just
something like that.
It says it right here. Larry Williams. Yeah.
There you go.
I remember reading about one last point on the first album, Andy. I was reading an article with Alex, I think, and he was talking, or an interview, I guess I was watching, but he was saying that first record was basically bar songs and stuff that was on the 45 and some of the stuff you heard in the bootlegs like Bad Boy. Those are all their bar songs. And when they recorded the first record, they weren't happy with the sound because they said they lowered the mix too much. They played a lot louder than that. And they weren't necessarily, it was too late to go back and re-record. But they were actually hoping for a nastier mix on that first record. I think it sounds great. And as Al said, you can hear Alex's talent and lyrics or chords on that right through it. But yeah, it's interesting that they wanted a more aggressive recording to that first record. But
they brought Terry Brown in to remix some of this stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
The original guy that did it was David Stock, I think, and he had done the first single, and he just made everything sounded kind of, I think, tame or whatever, like kind of just flat and kind of lifeless or whatever. And so they were like, we don't like these recordings. They brought Terry in to remix it, and then that's what came out, the first album. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it's that's why I like a lot of the bootlegs from that early era, just because they have that raw edge.
Wow, dude, some of those bootlegs, they're just like unleashed, man. It's like I could see like just people like being like, what the hell is this, man?
That's what I need. That's what I need to get from you is bootlegs on CD.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll buy a bunch of bootlegs from you, man.
One of these days, I gotta make a video of all my bootleg CDs, like showing them off. And
I only have
them in the middle of them.
I only have them
in the middle of a
ABC
move, and everything is boxed up now. So
yeah.
I'm even surprised I have time to do this podcast.
Yeah, for sure. No, I used to collect. I had like over 400 digital bootlegs over the years, and my drive crashed, and I lost a lot of them. But at one time, I collected all kinds of bootlegs, and then I like shitty sound, audience recordings or the cassette recorder. They sound like crap, and you can't listen to them. So I stopped doing that. And this is back when the internet started. I started downloading these things just to collect.
But there's amazing soundboards, man.
Yeah, soundboards, exactly. So a lot of my good ones are on my YouTube page. So if you ever want to go there,
I don't know if I'm subscribed to you, but subscribe to Freeform Rock. I'll subscribe to you.
Sure. I think I'm on your page, actually.
Okay, then I need to subscribe to yours because I'm lagging then.
No problem.
I know I'm subscribed to Owls and I'm subscribed to Black Spinner. So
Yeah.
I try to help everybody out, man.
All right, guys. Album number 2. We are going to now Fly By Night. Right here, we are introduced to the great Neil Peart. And he steps into the band, and of course, they go a different direction from their debut album. This will be their second album, and they will go take a big turn from the sound that was on the first one. What do you think about Fly By Night? Well, besides that being a badass album cover, I love that album cover. That's one of my favorite album covers.
Yeah,
where they owl. That's tight. What do you think, Will?
One of the first 2 Rush albums I bought when I was 14. That and Crest of Steel. We'll get to that. But Fly By Night, Bite Tour and the Snow Dog, probably still my top 5 in my top 5 Rush songs. It was the drums on that blew me away again. Neil Peart, and it was one of the first thematic, longer pieces of music that had a Prague feel to it. A great concept, compared to some of their later work. Obviously, some people would argue the lyrics are more juvenile than the stuff they did later, Hemispheres, Farewell to Kings, and all that. But it's a rocking album, rocking song. Bite Tour and the Snow Dog. The drums on that, they did cool stuff like the fade out at the end with the chimes. My OG still does that, and the needle would sit in the groove, and at the end of Bite Tour and the Snow Dog, inside one, chimes would just continue, and that would loop and play until you turned it off. So stuff like that, and I was 14, and so this stuff like that was super cool. And I will say also, side two is a killer list of songs, Making Memories, and a few others that are on there. It's excellent. I will say also, just looking at the track list, opening on the track with Anthem, that just picks that album right up and takes off. And then you have a hard rocker from front to back. And then you've got an interesting piece, track, something unusual and softer, but it was unusual in the sense that you've got this Canadian hard rock band, and all of a sudden they put this softer acoustic piece on there. I think it was good though, because it showed their talent, and you got to see a little bit more, but learn a little bit more about them and Alex and his technique. And then in the end is a great song. The acoustic opening and the electric closing of that song. Also, it was done many times live, especially on the picture tour. But Fly By Night is one of my favorite albums. My OG still sounds amazing, and my 2015 re-release, 200 grammed, as Mark just showed us, it sounds great too. And that's beautiful, thick vinyl. I love it. Fly By Night will always be in my probably top 10 Rush albums.
Are they the only ones doing 200 gram? Everybody else does 180. I think they upped it by 20.
Yeah. Yeah, 180 or 200. I'd have to pull it out and check. But
no, all their re-releases are 200. That's what I'm saying. Everybody else does 180 gram. They do 200.
Gotcha. Okay.
So what do you think about it?
I think all that gram stuff is kind of nonsense anyway, but whatever. And,
yeah. I mean, if it sounds good, it sounds good. I hear that.
So what do you think about the album, Mark? How do you feel about Fly By Night?
Freaking great album. Like I said earlier about the first album and that album, I seen them in the bins at Kmart and stuff, like for $5.99 on cassette. And I go, I'm gonna go get this Rush album. I'm gonna get this. But finally, when I got that, I go, fucking Bite Tour and the Snow Dog. My God, the guitaring that Alex is doing on that freaking song, it just he does not get enough credit. he is not in anybody's top 10 list that I've seen. He's in my top 5, but nobody gives this guy any credit. Maybe it's because of the synthesizer 80s, but I have no, even he was doing killer guitar riffs then. We'll get into that later. But it's a great freaking album. But Anthem, you know, Anthrax did a good cover of it, though. I never heard anybody do a good cover but Anthrax.
Yeah, I heard that. Fortnite did a cover too on his solo album.
Yeah, man. I just love that album. It's killed. Fly by Night, away from here. It's like the lyrics just raised up 100 times better than the first album. It's like, whoa, they're like professors now. I go, what happened? These lyrics are complicated and long. I go, the first album is like, you know, it's like Metallica, and now they're like freaking Nostradamus. I go, what's going on here? They freaking rule. I love this album.
Yeah.
Oh, what's your feeling about Fly By Night?
Well, that's like I think in the time I got in a rush and I was going every week or every month to buy a new album to catch up in discography. That might have been like probably the 4th or 5th album I got. I really love the album cover with the owl. And back then I was buying everything on cassette. I wasn't getting the vinyl yet. But yeah, Anthem, when I put that on, man, Anthem just blew me away, man. I was like, wow, this is a different band than that first album, you know, like they're really, I mean, Neil just took them to a whole other level. And but there's still some songs on there that kind of bridged the first album to that album. Still had kind of that you know, Best I Can, they were doing that on that Laura Secord show. So they had that written when Rusty was in the band already, was still in the band. So that's an older song. Speaking of Rush, here's my cat Sawyer. This is Sawyer. Hey, what's up, Sawyer? You're here on time. Beneath, Between, and Behind. I love that song. I love that they put that on Exit Stage Left. That was really cool. Yeah, it's like an underrated song by them. I love that song. Best I Can is a cool, you know, kind of acoustic. I mean, not acoustic. Making Memories is an acoustic one. Like I said, Best I Can kind of has that first album feel to it. Just a straight ahead kind of rocker. My Tour just blew me away. I mean, that, you know, I remember the All the World's a Stage album. I used to kind of call it their Dazed and Confused, with like that kind of extended middle where Alex is doing like the real echoey. Almost sounds like I almost thought he was using the bow like Jimmy Page, but he was using the volume pedal and doing swells with echo. And, you know, all you guitar players out there, I play guitar, so you guys know what I'm talking about. The effects that he used in the middle of that song. And that song was like extended, really, really cool live version of that. But I love the album version as well. You know, Fly By Night was like kind of their, I mean, some consider that kind of a minor hit single for them. You know, I got radio airplay way back.
A lot of radio airplay, even later on in the years.
Yeah, but I mean, like when it first came out, it got some, I think Cleveland and all them, you know, the you know, the cities that were already starting to gain a following, and it got a little bit of airplay now. You know, not pop radio, obviously, but like the FM stations back then that were like really freeform rock type of stations. So, you know, Rivendell, you know, when I was a kid, I didn't really dig it too much. It was too mellow for me. You know, when you're a kid, it's like you want all out balls out rock, you know. But as I've gotten older, I've appreciated it more, especially after watching like Lord of the Rings and all that stuff. You know, kind of lyrically, you get it, you know, when you know like that stuff. And then In the End is like I used to love the Exit Stage Left video version of In the End, where they're like just going balls out, you know, at the end with the medley and stuff, and they kind of start off with that song, and then, you know, they do a medley. But anyway, Fly By Night, man, great album. I mean, a great way to introduce Neil. I mean, Anthem just right out of the box, just introduced the world to, you know, his genius. So I think Sawyer agrees too, right?
Sounds like it. Our third album we're going to talk about is Caress of Steel, which is one of my personal favorites. I love Caress of Steel.
Love that one too.
The reasons for that, of course, is Bastille Day, great track by Lakeside Park. It's just a beautiful song. It was such in my opinion, it's such an unusual song for Rush at that time. Of course, as they go through their career, you'll hear it more and more. That sound, and then of course the two epics, Necromancer. I can't really pronounce that word.
Yep.
And the Fountain of Lamneth. Those tracks are just unbelievable. So, Will, go ahead.
Yeah, you know what? That's the second album I bought of the two when I was 14, and those two records got me into Rush. So after Fly By Night and having my senses assaulted with that, and then I went over to this really dark, unusual, heavy Prague-based record. And actually, incidentally, today's an anniversary of the tour for Caress of Steel. The tour kicked off in Ottawa, 1975,
Wow.
on this, which is cool. And I'm doing on my page, I'm doing a profile on Caress of Steel right now. So it's kind of cool. So I dug up all these bits and pieces. And Yeti, I don't know if you heard that interview clip, but he talks about it, and he said they were very, very high when they wrote this. Well, yeah.
I read. Yeah, I think I shared your post.
Yeah.
In my Rush group.
And he said, we didn't know what we were doing. We did this. We felt good about it. He said the record company, they didn't know what the hell it was. They played it for Paul Simon, I think it was, or
Paul
Gene
Stanley.
Yeah, Paul Stanley. Thank you. Paul Stanley. And
Paul Simon probably would have liked it.
yeah, he
He would have been outside smoking a J and be like, "Yeah, this fucking album rules, man."
Let me tell you why I hate art now.
Right. Nobody liked it though, and that's the thing. And Rush liked it, but it didn't get a lot of record play. But that first side kicks ass. I mean, Bastille Day, I Think I'm Going Bald, as you said, Andy, Lakeside Park, classic song. And the Necromancer, and then that's another example of another big step towards a Prague-based story type piece, 12 minutes and change. Return of the Prince. So Return of the third section of that is Return of the Prince, the Return of Bytor. So there's a thematic tie-in to the first Fly By Night.
Wow.
Dog. And the whole villain hero concept, that's fantastic. That's what really hooked me, because the time I was really into fantasy stuff, fantasy novels, and I was like, oh my god, this record speaks to me. And then here's this band that has a complete side 2, a 20-minute epic before 2112, and here's this 20-minute piece on the fountain of Lamneth. And it's this journey to find the sacred fountain of life sort of thing, and find the secret of eternal life. And it was amazing because it's got acoustic, it's got electric, it's got drums. It's got stuff going on there that I had never heard, because at that time for me, I was into Motorhead, Sabbath, Iron Maiden, I was into the heavy stuff. So all of a sudden I got into Rush, and I was like, oh my God, my world just opened up with that record. So, and I'll tell you one other quick bit. I had this old car years ago, and I had the Caress of Steel cassette, and it got stuck in the cassette player. So I listened to that album driving to back. Cassettes would flip over to side 2. So I listened to that album on continuous play for about a year, driving to work every day. So it just got embedded in my brain, and made me even more of a fan of that record. I still love that record.
Awesome.
Enough said.
Mark, your thoughts, Caress of Steel.
Yeah, if you guys ever go check out the Freeform Rock podcast, we did a review of that, and I totally bastardized that name. I said Careless instead of Caress. So I got made fun of by the great Ian Wadley on the Rock and Metal Combat podcast because I said it wrong. It's Caress, you idiot. No, I fucked up. I wasn't even drinking during that episode. I don't know what happened.
That's probably why.
I wasn't drinking. Yeah.
You have to be drinking to get everything correct.
But This is the first album you hear Rush humor. Think I'm going bald.
Great song too.
This is like, damn, dude, these guys are freaking funny as hell. It's like you could see what is it? They call him, what do they call Alex Girk or something like that? Lurst. You know, they have nicknames for each other. And it's just like, this band is just like, you never know it, but they're freaking jokesters. And this shows you what jokesters there are. The freaking Necromancer is freaking awesome. The only reason I can enunciate it is because I've watched Evil Dead. And they told me how to say that name because I used to call it the Necro until I saw Evil Dead. But it's a freaking great album. It's not my favorite by them. It's still, there's not a bad Rush album. I keep telling people there's not a bad Rush album. And it goes, well, we'll get into that later. But I love the album. It's a great album.
Al, A Caress of Steel.
All right. Well, this is another one that I bought kind of a little bit later after. I probably bought it before I bought the first album. So I remember the cover was very dark. I mean, like I don't know why, but like I always consider this album kind of a winter album for me, like a winter or a rainy day album.
Like
I don't know, it has kind of that tone to it. I don't know if it's sunny outside in the back. It's not one of those albums where I'm like barbecuing in the middle of summer. And for some reason, I don't know why. It's not the album I usually put on. But when I'm in like, you know, I'm in maybe laying down or something, and I throw headphones on, which is another thing. This album is a great headphone album.
Yes.
Terry Brown was really starting to come into his own production. They were really experimenting in the studio, and Andy knows this. He knows that I love production on albums and stuff like that, and I think this album really started really breaking Rush open with the experimentation, and obviously later on Fly By Night they did the extended with the By Tour, kind of the first extended piece, but then with the Necromancer, like Will was saying, it's kind of a continuation of that story, and that's like one of my favorite songs by them. I mean, I love listening to that song on headphones. Like you can hear shit bouncing left and right, and it just sounds amazing. And just the atmosphere of the song, you really feel. You know, you close your eyes, and when Geddy's singing the lyrics, you're kind of imagining that story in your head. You know, like there's a guy. You know, there's three guys going through a forest, and you know, it's almost like playing Dungeons and Dragons. You know, and
Three Men of Willowdale.
Yeah, Three Men of Willowdale, and you know they're out to slay, you know, and all that shit. And like I said, man, like I played Dungeons and Dragons when I was a kid with my brother, and this song was like the perfect soundtrack to that. And then you know, Lakeside Park, great, beautiful song. I'm glad they brought that back on the last tour. I really enjoyed hearing that live. I think I'm going bald. It's like the oddity of the album. It's something that would have sat perfectly on the first album. On this album, it was them obviously being humorous, and I heard that they wrote the song kind of as an answer to Kiss's "Going Blind," kind of like making. I don't know if they were making fun of that song, but like it was kind of modeled,
just poking fun.
I guess they heard that song and then they kind of wrote a song, kind of poking fun at it or whatever. But and then the Fountain of Lamb Meth on the second side. I mean, that story just was really cool. It was cool because it was divided up into songs, but you put them together, it makes a story. It wasn't as refined as it should have been, I think. Obviously, like it was the stepping stone to the great 2112, which would come after that. But I could see how the record company was like, what's going on with these guys? Like they're not getting it. And I mean, like Will said and Geddy said, they were like pretty high in the studio. But hey, man, I mean, you're high and you come out with some real creative stuff like that. It just goes to show you, drugs, man.
You're right,
I'm not condoning it, but some of the best stuff that's ever come out by bands, they were dabbling, man. So, but yeah, I love Caress of Steel. I mean, I played. Honestly, I think I play that more than 2112 these days. But I love the album, man. And originally the album cover was supposed to be steel colored, and it got botched in the printing, pressing of it. And back then Rush didn't really have much of a budget. They couldn't go back and destroy all those album covers and start over because it was too much of a budget. They didn't have the money for that. So that's why
it's too bad.
I was
glad they didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, in a way, they didn't come out with an anniversary of that set anyway. But I was thinking if they ever came out with a box set, it would be kind of cool if they did the correct version of the album cover as the box set cover. But I don't think they'll ever do a box set for that album. So
no. But I feel that record stands alone as a prog record. That's what I love about it, and I agree with you. It's meant for a rainy day or a cold winter day.
Yeah,
very.
It has that atmosphere to it. It just
exactly. I don't know if you smoked hash back in the day, but it was meant for that.
That's probably what the guys did in the studio.
I had hash in the '90s. That was some good shit.
And it's just a dark, and it's, I don't know, it feels like it should be played on a rainy or cold winter day.
Yeah.
Same with Fly By Night, I guess, just because of the cover. But and you want to drink some dark beer or something with it, and maybe smoke a day, and just listen to it like that. But I really feel that it stands on its own as if I was to pick 10 prog records that are my favorite, or let's say 50, that would be in there for sure. Caress of Steel would be part of that because it kind of separates itself from Rush in that sense of what was going on at the time. So
yeah,
I agree with you. Yeah.
So we move on to what people would consider their breakthrough album. We talked about how the record company was trying to figure out what Caress of Steel was. So 2112 was make or break for the band. This was their last chance to really try to break through for them. And here they came out with 2112, the legendary side 1, but not just side 1, side 2 is just as impressive as side 1.
Hell yeah.
Will, what are your thoughts about their breakthrough album that will lead to pretty much open the doors to giving, it's kind of like the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper gave them the right to do whatever they wanted after this point.
Yeah.
Everything was open. They could do whatever they want. They didn't need permission. Everything was at the palm of their hands after this album. So what do you think about 2112?
I'll be back in 1 second.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, okay, he's gone. Yeah, no, it's the deal breaker for them for sure. Like you said, it's the one that was their fuck you to the studio and the record company, and they were putting all the pressure on them. And because Caress of Steel didn't do well commercially, they were like, okay, we're going to go out with a bang. We're going to make one more, and this is what we're going to do. And it was almost, you got to remember, radio at that time, they loved 3-minute hits. That's why Fly By Night, the song, did well. That was their first big hit. And I could be wrong, but I think that was their first one that hit the chart. So now you've got this record that has a 20-minute side 1, 26 minutes or whatever it is. That was Rush's way of saying, we're going to go out with a bang. And they put their heart and soul into it. Yeah. And look what happened. And I don't know if radio stations were playing it at that time, but probably not. They probably, the record company must have freaked when they heard it. It was like, what the fuck is this?
Didn't we tell you guys?
We can't market this. Are you crazy? And this is before internet, obviously, and streaming, social media and everything. But no, it's great. And it's aside from the music, which kicks ass, and the guys have I'll say from the musical point of view, the guys have hit a new level of musicianship at this point.
Yep.
And which is fantastic, but it's also an epic science fiction story. And that's what I love about it so much. And so after you're done with side 1 with this massive production and story, then you got side 2, which has some amazing pieces on it, like Passage to Bangkok, huge hit, great song. Twilight Zone, very obscure piece. And then Lessons and Tears, a couple softer pieces. Lessons is a really excellent acoustic piece showing License ability. as a acoustic guitarist, and it's a nice song because it's got electric and it's got rhythm on acoustic, really well produced. And then Tears, which is a beautiful piece, and I know they released the Alice in Chains version of Tears on I believe the 2112 40th anniversary box set.
Love that one.
That is a beautiful, it's just a beautiful song that was meant to be copied or covered, and it can't help but come out very well because it is a really nice, beautiful number.
Beautiful song.
I was pleased to hear that when they did that and released that cover. And then, of course, it closes with the hard rocker Something for Nothing, which, you know, the electric or live version, I should say, on All the World's a Stage is just as good as the studio version. Like that song was meant to be played live. And so overall, for me, 2112, I mean, it's massive, has massive appeal. It's probably up there with fan base success as much as Moving Pictures. Like it's the big Rush album, especially for 70s Rush fans. That's the big one. That and Hemispheres probably. We'll get to that, but it's as I said, I go back to the story. It's an epic sci-fi story too, and you know, it's just, I don't know what else to say about it. It's just a great record. Musicianship, lyrics, everything. Really showcases Neil's story writing as well. So, those are my thoughts. Yep.
Mark, what's your feel on 2112?
Yeah, it's like if you see in the documentary, it was like their big fuck you, let's go out with a bang. If they don't like it, they don't get it, I guess we're done. But we're going to make what we fucking want to make. I wish all artists had this integrity that Rush has always had. You see these artists, I'm sorry, Al, Kiss, who just goes with the trends. When Rush
After
did
like by the late 70s, they were doing that. I mean,
yeah,
they kind of were their own thing. The first 6 albums with them, but I get it. They did follow trends after that, man.
Rush experimented. They did what they wanted. They did what they sounded.
Bands, man.
They just did what they wanted to, and it's like they weren't trying to make money. They knew their tours would sell out.
Yeah,
they didn't care about where their album placed in the top 200. They didn't give a shit about that. I know Kiss did, but Rush didn't give a shit. They just made what they wanted to make. And this album proves it. And it's like this album broke them through. And it's like, what is like Neil Peart said, the record company never talked to us again. They said, okay, they're in the studio, leave them alone. It's like, just leave them alone.
Yeah.
This
like
album,
Pepper.
Yeah, this fucking album rules. It's like, I remember my first wife, I played it in a car. She says, never play that again. I don't like it. But she liked the later Rush when Getty got a little bit lower, not as high. So she saw Snakes and Arrows with me. I have my original concert T-shirt that I gave to my wife now because she loves Rush. Hard to find a woman who loves Rush. I got one. That's her favorite band. When we get to that album, I'll talk about some songs that we did at our wedding. But it's a freaking fantastic album. And 200 gram, if the fourth side has a hologram on it, it's really freaking cool.
Oh, wow.
Rush always puts out good material. They always care about the fans. They don't overcharge your fans, even though when we get to that, I'll show you what I bought. But it's like they're amazing. It's like the musicianship of them is pretty high. And my second favorite band is Tesla. So they're not as good as Rush, but they're my rock band. Tesla's my rock band, you know. And then Triumph, you know, it's like Triumph right there. You know, we lost Will. But it's a great fucking album, man. You can't deny it. Tears is amazing. It's like they're doing like a ballad. It's like you never hear Rush do a ballad. It's freaking amazing. At that time, you never heard Rush do a ballad. They did a ballad. Freaking killer album.
Al, what's your feel about 2112?
Phenomenal album. I mean, Will and Mark touched on a lot of things about that already. I consider this album the ground zero of progressive metal, where progressive metal really, this is like the big bang of that. Yeah, you could say like there was some albums before this. I mean, you know, Sabbath Plays Sabbath, Sabotage, those albums dabbled, had like some progressive tendencies in there. This is where really like Rush melded progressive and hard rock, and they were, back then in the 70s, they were considered metal. Heavy metal was just kind of in its infancy term wise. But Rush were a metal band. They had metal tendencies to them at certain points. The 2112 album is definitely very metallic, very heavy, especially side one. It's got its moods though. It's got its peaks and valleys, but like right off the bat with that synthesizer, dude, when I first heard that, and I had I bought that one on vinyl, and I had the album open with like, the lyrics in front of me, and I would just follow the music and read the lyrics as it was like it was a comic book, and just took me on a journey, man. You would just imagine in your mind, this story, of a guy finding a guitar and in this dystopian world where like everything is outlawed, and we tell you what to read and eat and watch, and which basically very ahead of its time. It's almost kind of like where we're headed anyway. So a police state, and kind of scary, but they were ahead of their time with this kind of like writing, man. I know Ayn Rand was like an inspiration to Neil back then, her writing and stuff like that. And it kind of made me seek her out a little bit and kind of read the books and stuff like that. And so, Rush was like Sebastian Bach said, they're making me like read literature, man. They're making me want to read books, and like, this band just kind of made me like more think about things, like they had substance to them. It wasn't just balls out like, let's rock out and
a bunch of rockers,
go get chicks and whatever, dude. It's like don't believe me, there was a time and place for me where I listened to bands like that. I like to have a good time too, but when I wanted to like hear something with a little more depth, I always threw Rush on, and 2112 band fit the bill. You go on the side too, Past the Bangkok. I always loved Alex's solo on that, man. Like his solo it's killer on that one, especially when he brought that back on the Snakes and Arrows tour, man. That was one of the highlights for me on that tour. Twilight Zone was a cool, weird song. It was, and I liked the Twilight Zone when I was a kid growing up. So that song resonated with me. Really cool like that. I was like, wow, I wrote a song about like Twilight Zone and shit. Less is cool, just kind of like acoustic based, rocker that Alex wrote. Tears. My mom actually loved the song Tears. That was probably one of her favorite Rush songs. And I got to take my parents to the Time Machine tour where they did the whole moving pictures live, and
that was amazing.
Yeah, because I had the coolest parents, even though they were very European. They were, they came from Portugal, and this kind of music that they never heard this stuff, but they never told me to turn it off. They were always like, they always supported me in what I listened, and for that I'm always grateful for them. And they were never like, you got to shut that shit off, I don't want you hearing. They were never like that, and I always appreciate it. And I played my mom the song Tears, and she loved it. That became like her favorite Rush song. She was hoping they would play that live when I took them, but they didn't. But they were blown away by the concert. They were like, wow, we realize, we understand why you love this band. Three guys, all this music, it's incredible. And they were really blown away. I had taken my dad actually to the Vapor Trails tour, so that was like his second time seeing him. But I wanted to take both my parents and just see them, and they loved it. Anyway, back to the album. Tears, and then Something for Nothing. Obviously, another great lyrical content by Neil, and like the All the World Stage version. It's like just so heavy and killer. And yeah, 2112, to me, that's ground zero for progressive metal. You ask any progressive metal band, they always point to that album as an inspiration.
Queensryche, especially.
Yeah.
Dream Theater.
Yeah. So I consider that like the birth of prog metal. You know, much like Sabbath's first album was the birth of heavy metal. To me, this was like the next evolution, and they took that and kind of combined the two. You know, like, you know, Yes and Genesis, they never rocked that hard, but, you know, they had the time signature changes and all that. And Sabbath, you know, the heaviness of that kind of combining it, boom, you know, there's prog metal. So that's 2112 for me.
Yes did rock out in the 80s with Trevor.
Drama's a great album.
City of Love, that is a freaking killer song.
But Drama was pretty heavy too, but that's going.
Yeah,
we'll do a Yes thing on that.
Oh, I love Yes, man. I Trevor Rabin's my guy though. I'm just saying.
I really like that episode that Al and Al did when we did Genesis versus Yes. That was a fun.
That was cool. Yeah, that was really cool.
That was really good. And I gotta say, I wasn't a super Yes fan until I met you guys. Andy got me into Yes. So I have about 4 Yes records now. So,
oh, that's great.
and I got a couple of live shows. I want to show you something here that I've got.
Nice.
This live show. This is the 1980. It's a famous bootleg. This has been produced in many different covers and variations, but it's a Permanent Waves live recording. It's the famous Kiel Auditorium, 1980.
One of the greatest Rush bootlegs ever.
I need to get that.
They got this. What's that? You need to get this?
Yeah, I need to get that. Seriously.
I don't even know if you can get this anymore. I got it from the UK.
Well, if you find one, let me know.
You can hear this on my YouTube page, man. It's all there. Everything I own that's unique, I burn and I upload. So it's out there.
If you have the digital copy of that, I'll take that. Beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, I can do that too. But this is a really good show, man.
So now, what would Rush do for right after 2112? They're giving the green light, so they come out with a Farewell to Kings. You know, they have another radio hit, closer to the heart, and that was played on the radio for years after it was released. But also, you got some epic songs. We are introduced the first time of hearing Xanadu, which will become a concert staple for a while. Also, Cygnus X1 is also a well-loved prog king on this album. You know, again, they stuck to their guns and they gave what their fans wanted. That's one thing Rush will always be known for, is giving the fans what they want. Will, what's your thoughts about a Farewell to Kings?
It's Farewell to Kings is one of my favorites. Actually, I want to show you guys something. It's on my wall here, so I'm just going to take it down. But this is my copy here. I've got a 45 of Madrigal there.
It's pretty hard to find, man.
Yeah, that's my original. And that's a gatefold, too, which I loved about it. It has a really unique look to it. 70s feel. Madrigal, the 45, and then I put the Farewell to Kings 40th download card in there for fun.
Nice.
But, this album, like you said, Andy, it tells a story. There's a theme within with the songs that tie into the record. It was also I believe the first time that they recorded, they decided to go to the UK and record there. And it was reading Neil's books. It was his second journey to the UK. He spent some time in, I believe, England when he was younger, and he was trying to make it as a lyricist and a writer at that time. And he almost went bust, so he had to come home. He was just in his younger days. Second return to the UK for the recording of Farewell to Kings. They wanted to capture a really unique sound with this record. And I think they did. Like, the production is excellent. As you mentioned, the songs, the lyrics, side one of Farewell to Kings and Xanadu. Absolutely brilliant. Closer to the Heart, big hit for them, radio play. And then you get into some of the really nice pieces that I love, Cinderella Man and Madrigal. And then, of course, the epic Cygnus X1. So book 1 of the Hemispheres story, the first piece of it, leading up to Hemispheres, which we'll talk about. But again, this was such like a big undertaking for them. After I think they wanted to do something after 2112 and touring on that. I think they wanted to do something completely unique. And I believe this is around the time their equipment started to change. We started to add more equipment, more advanced techniques, Taurus pedals, and Neil was getting into chimes and blocks and wood blocks and all kinds of stuff. So his kit changed from Chromie to this recording. He moved to I think not a Tama, but another type of kit. I don't remember. Might know, but a totally different type of recording. And like I said, their equipment was growing, their sound was growing too. So this album is one of my favorites, always has been. And I really build up to thematically to Hemispheres. At least
I believe he went to Tama on this album.
What's that?
I believe he went to Tama on this album.
Tama, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had that bigger feel. He started to get, as I said, the wood blocks, chimes, timpani, I think it's called. They really wanted to expand that soundscape, and they did a good job. And Xanadu opens, you can hear the birds in the background, and that's all live recording that they did while they were there at a particular studio in the UK.
Rockfield.
Yeah, Rockfield, exactly. It's a beautiful place. They put a lot of photos in the Hemispheres box set. It's an absolutely beautiful place to record. And so they were able to capture a lot of those sounds, real sounds. And, obviously they couldn't sample stuff in those days. But, yeah, it's just a great record. It's got everything you would want from a Rush record.
Yeah,
that's pure Prague. Yeah, I love it. But it's got that hard rock feel to it as well. Because they're very much a hard rock band. But as Al said, there's bits of metal in there as well in a lot of these tunes. And Closer to the Heart, also that put them on the map radio-wise. You got a perfect 3-minute song. Again, radio. I worked in radio, and that's why I know radio loves the 3-minute deals. And because they don't want a 20-minute piece or 10-minute piece. They love the 3 minutes. More music, more commercials they can fit in that way, that sort of thing. So, yeah, I love it. Farewell to Kings, one of my favorites.
Mark, what do you think about Farewell to Kings?
It's a freaking fantastic album. Freaking Xanadu. Come on. That is like one of the best songs ever. It's like, didn't they get made fun of by talking about that stuff? So I think it was Kiss who made fun of them. It was UFO making fun of them, right? About Xanadu, Kublai Khan and Honeydew.
Dining on Honeydew.
Dining on Honeydew. It's like UFO. It's like, you're a great band, but Rush is way better than you. I'm sorry.
Right.
It's like, UFO, you get boring to me sometimes. I love Strangers of the Night. You can't beat Rush. This album is, I think they were jealous of what they were doing. That's why they're making fun of them, because they could not play like them. Michael Schenker could not play like, I think Alex Lifeson is better than Michael Schenker. That's just my opinion.
Michael Schenker's a great guitar player.
He's a great guitarist, but the guy's an idiot.
But they're different styles. It's a different style guitar playing.
Yeah, I love freaking Farewell to Kings. Great album. Cygnus X1, where they brought this part 1, part 2, part 3 of Fear. Oh, no, that's another one. But that's Witch Hunt. But freaking great freaking album. And Cygnus X1, man. I remember when I tried to play that on my first radio show, it was like a long track, and the program skipped it. And I go, fuck. So I had to fucking sit there and just try to put it in later. It didn't work. I figured it out later. I had to convert shit from iTunes to that. But it's a great fucking album, man. I love it. It's one of my favorites by them.
A Farewell to Kings for you.
Well, Farewell to Kings was probably the 5th Rush album I bought. I call this like their kind of medieval, kind of Renaissance album. They really, their English influences are really coming through on this album. This album, you know, the opening with the classical guitar of A Farewell to Kings, really set the tone. Love that song, man. I mean, like, you really listen to the lyrics to that, and it's just so today. It just fits what's going on in the world now. You know, that's why like Neil blows me away, like lyrically, dude. He was just like, I mean, it's one of those things like the more things change, the more they stay the same. I mean, I know political shit was been all through fucking time anyway, ever since that shit started. But I mean, it's just as relevant today as it was when it was written in '77. Xanadu, probably my favorite epic. I mean, it's. I think like if I ranked Rush songs, that would be probably my number one Rush song. I mean, it encapsulates everything that Rush was. Excuse me. Being that live is just like a religious experience, you know.
Yeah.
With the double necks and just to build up on a song, man. It's just. Excuse me. I'm still getting over being sick. Just love it, man. I mean, like I said, it's probably my favorite Rush epic of all time. Closer to the heart, obviously, was Broke Them Open on radio with some radio airplay and stuff like that. And then I know that a lot of female like Rush fans really like that song. So excuse me. Cinderella, man, I always love that song. Alex's solo in that, pretty ripping with the wah-wah and the way it pans back and forth if you're listening on headphones. Magical, beautiful song. Again, one of my mom's favorites. She loved that song. You know, beautiful ballad. They were capable of not being afraid of writing a ballad even back then. Before, like, you know, that stuff was ever in style anyway. But anyway, Cygnus X1, I remember hearing that when I was a kid and hearing it on headphones, and it scared the shit out of me. Like, you know, just like the sound effects and the ship, you know, taking off, and you hear Getty's bass in like the distant background, and I was like coming up in the mix, and I remember that had the same effect on me as when I first heard the song Black Sabbath as a kid. You know, like it scared me, dude. Like I would listen to headphones in the dark, and it was like, you know, it was frightening, but still intriguing at the same time. It's like, you know, you watch a horror movie, you're scared, but you still watch it anyway. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, that song, you know, like Will said, would be continued on to the next album. It's just a fucking awesome, epic song. And again, like on the R40 tour, the last song, they were just epic after epic they were playing. I mean, I thought that was like the perfect set list, the perfect way to do it, go back chronologically in reverse. I mean, there was nothing more genius than that, I think. Yeah.
Wow, they did it backwards to chronological order?
Yeah, they started with the new stuff, and as they went, it was all chronological.
They took down, they made their sets lower and lower and lower.
Yeah.
It's like I couldn't get tickets to the Forum the last show. It was sold out. And
yeah.
I saw
the demand for that show was probably unbelievable. You know, I was toying with the idea of like flying out for the last show, but it was just the expense would have just killed me, man. You know, I don't have to fund. I mean, I do well. I make a great living, but I don't know how some of these Rush fans did it.
I'm here in LA. I couldn't get a ticket, dude.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
but anyway, Farewell to Kings. I love the album. It's definitely top 5 album. Wow. You know, for me.
Yeah. But you know, Al, you're right. Cygnus X1 on the R40. And also recently I re-listened to Rush and Rio, and they do Cygnus X1 on that. Oh my God, that's sonic brilliance, man. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, they almost do it complete except for the second half.
Yeah.
But oh my God, it sounds amazing. In R40, it sounds amazing. Yeah, excellent record. Yeah.
I think
it was a great one everybody because they decomposed the set, and so the stage, by the time they were done,
they were playing in the high school auditorium.
Yeah.
And they had amps on wooden chairs, like gym chairs, and a disco ball by the end. And they were.
It was just genius the way they did it, man. It was just
brilliant
stage show. I mean, one of the best I've ever seen.
I think Rush outthinks all bands.
Yeah, their production is unbelievable. People used to laugh at me when I tell them I'm going to go see Rush, and they'd be like, "Oh, so you're going to go see the Dryers and shit on stage?"
I can't wait till we get to that so we can explain that stuff.
Yeah, that's right, and
we can explain some stuff with Presto too. But,
that's right, exactly.
So from Farewell to Kings, we go to Hemispheres, and we talk about Cygnus X1, and what better way to start the next album with Cygnus X2, and of course that doesn't disappoint either. It's such a great continuation. Side 2 has one of the best songs about race relations called "The Trees." It's a masterpiece of how abstract that they use trees to talk about people, and it's a great track. And also, it ends with La Via Strangerito. Did I say that right? Stragiato. Thank you. And it ends with that one. Hemispheres is another album that's just killer. Right here, they are hitting their stride. They can do no wrong. They can do whatever they want, thanks to the success of 2112. Will, what is your thoughts about Hemispheres?
Hemispheres is probably, there's a whole sub culture of Rush fans that are Hemispheres fans. And it stands out on its own as a prog record. It ties into the Farewell to Kings beautifully, as you mentioned, Signus X1. I have a separate obsession with. I think I played Hemispheres over and over again in my youth, endlessly. It didn't leave my turntable. I'd flip it. That's it. I didn't listen to anything else for probably 6 months. And I have an obsession. I've got it here. It's just you guys have seen this, of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely great, unique look, lyrics on the inside. This is a red copy too. I'm obsessed with the red copies, and I've got 3 now.
I still have yet to acquire one of those.
I know.
For you all,
I see your things. I go, where are you getting those?
I've got one. You send me your address, I'll send it to you. Okay. Don't worry about it. Just pay the shipping. That's it. I can't afford the shipping anymore.
You'd have to give one to Al too. So give it to Al first.
No, man. I'll find it, man.
When they release the Canadian version,
I just don't look hard enough. That's the problem. I've been lazy these last few years, just getting Rush stuff, and I collected a lot when I was younger, and I got a nice collection and stuff, but. There's guys and Will, this, you belong in somebody's Rush collection. Joe Pesci, man, that guy has the most amazing. Yeah. Shout out to him, man, because he just blows my mind with. I can't even I put something up. I actually put something up one time that he didn't have, which surprised the shit out of me. He messaged me. He was like, "Hey, can I buy a copy of you?" And it was just a magazine that had the Power Windows kid on the cover, right? It wasn't a Rush, anything to do with Rush, but they took the kid on the cover of the Power Windows, and it was just something quarterly or something. This magazine, and then he was like, "Oh, never mind. I found out the magazine, and they had back issues of it, so he ended up ordering it." But anyway, I'm sure because he posted that up on. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off real quick, but he must have posted that link up on the Rush Max, and I bet you that magazine was like, "Why is everybody probably ordering this one issue?" There's probably an influx of people ordering, these Rush collectors that are probably ordering that magazine. Yep. And they were like, "Wow, man, this magazine is popular today or something." But anyway, we'll continue.
Oh, you're right though. But Joe is Joe.
He's the king, man. He's the king
of Rush collecting. if I need to know something, I bounce it off him first.
Oh yeah.
And you know what? He's the kind of guy that would order 15 copies of that magazine if it was come back. Yeah. And Joe has a massive collection.
He's got the Rush pinball machine, man.
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah, that's great. He's got the Rush
That was like
pinball
$8,000.
Dude, this guy, if Joe is watching, what's up, Joe? I love you. I mean, this guy goes gambling and he makes money, he wins and shit. I'm like, dude, you gotta pay for that Rush collection somehow.
Pinball machine, I could put that in my garage. I go,
I'd love to have one of those. But
God, I would like to have that more than anything.
If I drop like $7 or $8 grand on something, dude, my wife would have my balls.
So would my wife. I love pinball and Rush.
Yep.
Not Kiss. I would take the Rush pinball machine over the
Oh,
Kiss
definitely, me too,
anytime.
Man.
It's like the Rush beers. When the Rush beers came out, I went out and bought 12 of them.
I need to get that too.
Here's a Rush beer right here.
Shit.
That one
I still haven't got the Trooper by Iron.
Do you have this one, Will?
No, I don't have that.
I'll trade you this for a Rush Red.
Red. Oh, that's so cool. I see red. Oh, we're not into them yet.
All right, Will, I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. These guys that collect Rush stuff, so I've always considered myself a unique collector. I collect individual items, so it's rare when I have doubles or triples of anything. I collect unique stuff, and that way I try and avoid the massive collection of 4,000 records because I can't afford it. You know, number one, I got bills to pay and I got a family. So that being said, Red Hemispheres is my latest obsession. So when that one came out, this Canadian press, Red, 1978, obviously, came with a poster too. You guys have seen that.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I have the poster and Getty has signed it.
Oh,
wow. Okay, cool. So anyway, I've got a decent copy, a collector copy here, Al, that I can send you. And this, like I said, the side, it's used, obviously, but side one is clean. Side two is a little bit of wear, but from a collector's point of view, I think it's a nice piece. So I'll send that to you. Okay. But yeah, the album itself, getting back to the tracks, side one is the continuations of Cygnus X1 book. This is the second story, book 2. Absolutely amazing. This has everything: the musicianship, the lyrics, the storytelling. This is freaking Rush. This is Neil. This is Neil in extreme. This is Rush extreme. And then you think you're done, you're worn out after the Hemispheres. And that epic, I got to say, that epic ending, that last piece, the Spear and a Kind of Dream, that's the acoustic bit. Cygnus, Bringer of Balance, that second last bit with the Alex chord at the end and that epic piece of music. That just wears you out and you're exhausted from listening to that. It's such an amazing side one. And then you jump into side two, and the first thing they hit you with is Circumstances. That's just a brilliant song. And then you got The Trees, as Andy said. Excellent, excellent song. Lyrically beautiful. And then La Villa. They close it out with a 9-minute piece. So by this point, after 2112, they're like, fuck this. We're going to do whatever we want. We don't care if the radio plays.
Exactly.
We are in a severely creative mode. And I remember reading, and you guys have probably seen the interviews, Getty talking about recording La Villa. That was such an epic, hard track for them to record at the time. They couldn't get it in one take. So they had to do multiple takes and put it together. And I guess they worked on that song for days, and they could not do it in one take.
Wow. Now,
later, of course, absolutely. Playing it live, they can bang it off, no problem. But I remember Neil saying it's still a challenging piece. It's like Tom Sawyer, YYZ. Their music is very complex, and a lot of it was written for live presentation. So it's challenging for, when they get out there to play the stuff live. La Villa, I think the studio version, it's a great way to close the record, and it's an epic piece to close out an epic album. So again, this is one of my favorites. And I'll never compare this record. They're some of the biggest prog records. And it's just brilliant on so many levels. That's my take on it.
We got a couple of comments out there. I want to just say hi to Harold and to Lewis out there that are leaving comments and getting in with us. Thank you guys. All right, Mark, what's your take on Hemispheres?
I don't know what I could say after Will just frickin' just like lambed like that. He just explained everything I'd want to say about that album. La Villa, you know. I used to call it Strangiago, and then I found out it was called Strange Auto. Me and my enunciations, I suck at it.
Too.
But man, what an epic closer on that album. The trees, it says using trees as symbolism for politics without being political. It's like Neil is like, I know he was apolitical. He didn't choose a side. He chose common sense, and you could tell by his lyrics in that song. It's a fucking great album, Will. I can't add to what you just said. It was just awesome.
Well, that's good. That's good. It's the album just speaks for itself.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic record. Yeah.
Al, what's your take on the album Hemispheres?
Well, that was their grand, progressive statement. I mean, they said that they had, at the end of this cycle of the album and tour, that they had taken this as far as they could. I could see like why they had spent so much time in the studio making this album that it was actually a very tough album for them to make. The whole experience like wore them out. But that's not to say the album is just, it's just them at their peak, in my opinion. Again, Will already touched, and Mark, they already touched on the songs, but I remember the first time hearing it, man, I was just, the swell of going into, the music swells in, and then boom, it just like that Leipzig chord that begins Cygnus X1 Book 2, just like blew my head off, man. First time hearing that. And it still gives me goosebumps to this day. Every time I put that album on, that whole like prelude, going into Apollo, which I named, which was a name of one of my dogs that passed away 3 years ago, but his name was Apollo. I named him after that song. And he was the bringer of wisdom for me. He was the little Jack Russell that was smart as a whip. And he lasted about almost 18 years. So he lived a good long life. And I love him to death. And, I named him after that. But anyway, and going back to the album, that side long epic. That was just them saying, like, we're, like starting with 2112, screw you, man, we do what we want. And by that time, progressive rock was on the downturn because punk was in full swing. Everybody was like, progressive is dead. But like Rush was like, just because they were doing it in a metallic way, because heavy metal was really kind of coming up too. And the way they just melded, progressive and hard rock was just so unique. And nobody was really doing that stuff, man. And just the interplay between the three of those guys. And then, going to side two, Circumstances, one of my favorite sleeper tracks, by them, Deep Cuts. Lyrically, that song really spoke to me as a kid, kind of being a little bit alone. And, everybody goes through phases where like that, they feel alone and things like that. And reading those lyrics, like really spoke to me, a boy alone, so far from home, it was just, these walls that still surround me still contain the same old me, and that song really spoke to me lyrically, and really, again, the testament of Neil's lyrics makes him one of my favorite lyricists. Obviously, the trees, I always took that as more of you can really define that as being like a political kind of lyrical, but I always took it more as an equality song. More of a racism kind of
apolitical. He's not political.
Yeah, you can kind of like you can swing. You can kind of characterize it either way. You can, that's the beauty of everybody interprets lyrics like differently. You kind of make up your own mind when you you think it's about. But I always thought that more as an equality song. Everybody should be equal, and I always loved it lyrically. And then La Villa, man. I mean, that's the greatest Rush instrumental of all time.
Oh my god,
that's the benchmark of instrumentals for me. To play that, man. I mean, with like Jimmy Chamberlain said, the drummer of Smashing Pumpkins, if you could play that with some sort of proficiency, you've made it as a musician. You know what I mean? So, and he's no slouch of a drummer. He's a great drummer.
He's an awesome drummer.
So, I mean, I could see him being a Neil disciple. He really has. He's kind of cut out of the same cloth as Neil. So,
Billy's a Rush disciple. So.
Oh, Billy's a huge. Yeah, he's Rush fanatic, just like all of us.
Pumpkins got grouped into that grunge thing, but pretty much
they're not grunge. They're
not grunge. They ain't grunge.
Are your prog metal of the 90s.
To me, I thought they were an alternative progressive.
Progressive, yeah.
They had those weird time signatures, but just I said this once on the show. Everything that came out in the '90s got thrown into the alternative, like pot. You're alternative. You came out in the '90s,
Yeah, and there's so many different avenues that '90s rock went.
Everything's grunge. Everything's like, they were grunge. It's just a stupid, lazy thing to just.
Very lazy.
Candlebox wasn't grunge, and either was So Temple Pilots.
That's a good rock band.
Yeah.
But the thing is that became the laziness of music media. They just put everything together. But the Pumpkins were just a great, great band. And you can hear the 70s prog rock influences everywhere.
And real quick, going back to the Hemispheres, when Getty came out with My Favorite Headache, and I went to a signing, he signed a poster. So for me,
I have that on vinyl. I love that fucking CD.
That's one of my prized possessions. I wish I got Neil and Alex to sign. I mean, I could still get Alex to sign it, but unfortunately, Neil will never be able to. But
why can't Alex make a great solo album? India does suck. I'm sorry.
Anyway,
Victor. I didn't like Victor either. So
Victor grows on you after about 3 lessons. Take it on the road with you. That's what I did. I took it on a big road.
I'll try it again, but I tried, and My Favorite Headache just rules to me. I love that album.
Record, yeah. I don't know what it is about Alex. Alex is out there in the ether.
I think Getty and Alex should make a new band and just bring Mike Portnoy and drums to just make some new stuff.
No Portnoy, dude. Everybody says Portnoy. I'd say no Portnoy.
Then who would you put? Christ. Like maybe the Primus drummer?
No.
Who?
Maybe.
Another drummer?
For me, if Getty and Alex were gonna do a new band, I would. For me, Danny Carey of Tool would be
that's a good drummer too. Yeah,
good drummer. That guy's a beast, dude. Polyrhythmic. There's nobody better than him, man. I'm telling you, dude. Even if you don't like Tool, you watch him, and you're like, dude, this guy is a fucking beast of a drummer, dude.
I agree with you.
Or I like Stuart Copeland too. Stuart Copeland would be great with
Stuart Copeland would be awesome.
I know Portnoy, dude. The comparisons to Rush would be too great with him in there, man.
Yeah, you gotta move away from that. You're right.
I love Mike, dude, but
you know why Portnoy?
Because
Portnoy. Because Portnoy writes lyrics like Neil did. That's why.
No. That's just my opinion, man. Whatever.
So we are moving on to Permanent Waves. Permanent Waves will mark a movement, a departure moving forward. Not particularly away from the prog rock, but their songs will be a little bit more easily accessible, a little bit more radio. Well, I wouldn't call it radio friendly, but maybe radio ready. Or maybe the radio adapted to them, or they met each other halfway, pretty much. Nice.
We're talking about the light.
We're talking about songs like "The Spirit of Radio" and "Free Will." Songs that were regularly played on not just the radio, but also MTV. You were able to catch those, but then you also flip it to side 2, and you got Natural Sciences. A completely whole different world from what side 1 is. Will, what's your take on Permanent Waves?
Yeah, you know what? Permanent Waves, Rush was ready, for something different. They had decided to leave that long, epic prog those longer musical pieces behind and do something new. And I think in some ways you could say Hemispheres broke them, and they were ready to do something after Farewell to Kings, 2112, Farewell to Kings, Hemispheres. They were ready to evolve, whether they wanted to or not, and I think they had to, and they did commercially as well. This was the beginning of their evolution into a commercial realm, but they didn't necessarily want to write songs for the radio. That was never their intent. It's just that they wanted to focus on some more, shorter pieces, some more rock type songs. And it just turned out that some of them, like The Spirit of Radio, got huge airplay, and that became a huge hit for them. And it speaks to the music business, the radio business, all of it. So it hit a lot of people. It hit the fan base. The radio people were probably happy with it. It was 5 minutes and change, but from a radio perspective, that's manageable because it was
20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't a 20-minute piece, so they're like, "Hey, Rush is back. We can play this." And what a beautiful sound, that opening guitar riff for Spirit of Radio. I mean, that had 80s rock all over it. So now all of a sudden, I know all the stations in Toronto were playing that big time when it came out, and that's all you heard was Spirit of Radio. And then we're talking about musicianship on this. Free Will has one of the best instrumental jams I've ever heard, still to this day. And I actually think they even improved on it in the live shows, because they would play even faster, than say the studio cut. That song has got to be a hard song to play. It's got to be challenging for them, or was for them, to pull that off live. I remember Alex was quoted as saying, everybody's soloing at the same time, but everybody's got to be in the same mark, same time signature to bring it all back. And then, of course, Geddy singing at that higher register during the chorus. Absolutely amazing song. Free Will is a brilliant piece of music. Jacob's Ladder. What can I say about that? Beautiful Prague piece of music. I was so pleased that they did it on R40 as well. And they did such a great job. And it was so nice to hear that song, because I honestly don't think they played that since the Permanent Waves tour. I could be wrong. They played it on Moving Pictures. Absolutely epic side one. And then you get into side two, Entre Nous. Lyrically interesting song. Excellent guitar work on that. Different strings. That is a beautiful song. Absolutely. And I remember trying to learn that on guitar. It sounds simple and easy, but it's not. It's a hard piece. When I started playing guitar, and I was learning on an acoustic, and I was trying to play that like Alex, and it was very challenging. It's absolutely a beautiful song. I love it. And then, of course, Natural Science. What can I say about Natural Science? That's I don't know. It's just an epic track. Natural Science was meant to be played live. It's broken down into 3 amazing sections. The acoustic, the electric, the drumming in it is incredible. The time signature is amazing. It is a beautiful piece of music. And I know they've had to tighten it up with live shows after this and reduce it a little bit. But I mean, it's my wife hates it. If she wants a migraine, I'll put on Natural Science. She absolutely said, I can't take it. It's too much. There's too much going on. One of my favorite Rush songs, because there's so much going on, and it just gets better and better and better. So there you go. My take on the record.
Mark, your Rush on Permanent Waves.
Yeah. What is it? Entre Nous. I think Billy Corgan said that's the first song he ever shared with his mom. He said, "Hey, Mom, read these lyrics and listen to this song."
Yeah.
It's like Rush touched so many people. I think people get on Geddy's voice so much, and it's like, if you listen to the music, the voice isn't bad. I love his voice.
And it was
people could listen to King Diamond and and hate Geddy Lee. I have no understanding of that. King Diamond is horrible to me. But people get on Geddy Lee about his voice. What about King Diamond? He's horrible. So I don't understand that. You got Jacob's Ladder, fucking masterpiece right there. You got a little reggae coming on because they were listening to the Police with that one song, you know. It's like
Spirit of Radio.
Yeah, Spirit of Radio. They even said, "Hey, we were listening to the Police. We kind of took from them on that song." So they stole, but they didn't steal. They made it their own. It's like it's a freaking great freaking album. I love it. Like, I can't wait till we get into the 80s albums. That's when I'm going to go off. I love Rush. I just love everything. There's not a bad Rush album. I can't say there's ever a bust. I know there's these old heads. I don't like anything after 2112. Rush went downhill. Well, I don't like anything after Signals. They went downhill. I don't like anything after Grace Under Pressure. You know what? Whatever. That's all I got to say.
What's your take on Permanent Waves?
Well, this was the album that introduced me to Rush. It was the first time I ever heard them. The year was probably like 1982. I was 10 years old, and there was a radio station in New York City. If anybody in my area is going to know, it's 95.5 WPLJ.
Damn.
In the later years, they became a pop station, but in the 70s and early 80s, they were like one of the premier rock stations in the tri-state area: New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. They used to, on Sundays, they used to do a thing called album sides. They used to play album sides. So as a 10-year-old kid, you know, I didn't have a lot of money or whatever. I wasn't really going out and buying albums yet at that age. So, you know, radio was like the influence of, you know, whatever was on the radio was what I listened to. Either that or my older brother's record collection. Now, he was into Zeppelin, Leonard Skinner, the AC/DC, you know, some Black Sabbath, you know, things like that. So Zeppelin was really his main, that was his number one. So he would come home with albums, and I'd listen to albums on a turntable. He never had any Rush albums though. So anyway, he had a boombox, and I asked him, "Do you have a blank tape?" And he used to give me blank tapes and stuff like that. So he's older than me, so he had some money. He would buy his albums and things like that. So I used to tape these album sides once in a while that the station would play. So one night they were playing side one of Permanent Waves. So I didn't know who this band was. I didn't know Rush. I didn't know, you know, subconsciously, maybe as a kid, I probably heard Tom Sawyer on the radio, maybe Limelight, because they were already coming in. This was already after, you know, Moving Pictures that had been out. I think Signals probably was like the brand new album of that year too. But anyway, I didn't know anything about this band. They play side one. I taped it off the radio. And as a 10-year-old, man, you just kind of listen to this, and you're not really understanding the, you know, as a kid, you know, you don't know anything about time signatures. You don't know, you know, this music is complex. And Rush had this way of making complex music sound pretty, you know, digestible, pretty, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Not mainstream, but
Easily accessible, maybe?
Easily accessible. That's it. They had a way of making like these weird time signatures flow and make it like a nice song out of it. You don't know that they're playing in 7/8 or 7/4, whatever. You know what I mean? So as a kid, I'm like, I first heard Spirit of Radio, and then I played this side one over and over again, and it intrigued the hell out of me as a kid, man. And just hearing Spirit of Radio and Free Will and Jacob's Ladder, and kind of not really listening to the lyrics that, you know, I'm not comprehending them really, but, you know, I'm really like, the music is grabbing me. You know what I mean? So that was my first time ever really hearing Rush, was Permanent Wave side one. But I didn't go out right away and go buy an album. That probably took maybe a whole other year. I just listened to this tape over, and then that was really it. I kind of put it aside. I didn't really it didn't grasp me enough. I mean, I wasn't making money yet. So if I had to buy an album, I had to ask my parents, whatever. And I wasn't really in that mode of like, I got to go out and buy this album. So then finally one day, like my brother takes me to the mall, and I remember I'm going to get to this album, but the first album I bought by them was Exit Stage Left. At the time, you know, it was a live album. It had a little bit of everything on it. It was considered like a greatest hits back in the day, you know, because it had stuff from like previous albums on it. So that was the one I bought. I was like, wow, it's got Spirit of Radio on it. It's got Free Will. You know, it's got like, you know, Jacob's Ladder on it. It's got all side one of that album that I really liked. So anyway, so I bought that. But then Permanent Waves was like, so I bought Exit Stage Left. The second one I bought was Moving Pictures. Then it was Permanent Waves. I ended up buying that was my third album I bought. Anyway, but Permanent Waves to this day, you guys already touched on the song, so I'm not going to go into it. But Entre Nous did like lyrically, that was like just like Billy, man. That was like kind of personal to me. It was like I felt like Rush was kind of singing to me about like it was like kind of a love song between them and like their audience. You know what I mean? So. Just incredible interplay in all the songs. I mean, Free Will, like Will was saying, man. Just the middle breakdown, the solo. Everybody was soloing at the same time, and all that. Needless to say, it's my number one Rush record of all time. I mean, to this day, it still holds that place. I don't think anything will ever, you know, knock it off the top spot. It's got. I just have such a connection to it. That I mean, I love it, man. Like I bought countless formats of the album. You know, it's just, you know, I can plaster my room with fucking Permanent Waves, dude. And I never get sick of the album, man. I can listen to it over and over again, and I never get tired of it, man. So that was my introduction to Rush, and it still holds that place in my heart. So I mean, that's Permanent Waves for me. And I mean, it was like the first album released in that decade. Like I think it came out. I don't know if it was January 1st, but it was like the first, you know, release of that decade, that year. Yeah. You know? So it kind of signaled like, hey, we're moving into a new decade. We're changing. We're evolving. I was like, Mark said, you know, they were listening to Police. They used to call themselves sponges. So they always were fans of music, and they listened to like so much different stuff. I remember around that time, I think Getty was listening to like Peter Gabriel, and they were listening to Police, and you know, like Bill Bruford, and you know, things like that. Things that were like, you know, progressive rock was kind of evolving into like something called art rock. You know, it was like it was just evolving into like the 80s into something different. It was still progressive, but it was accessible. Kind of like, you know, I think new wave and punk had that influence on progressive. It kind of made them kind of evaluate certain things. And songs don't have to be a half hour long. You can condense it down to like, you know, 5, 6, 7 minutes and still say something progressive in that format. So I think Rush, they translated beautifully. They evolved into like, you know, something like that, you know, and they were leading the charge in like progressive music at that time because, you know, the old guard was kind of dying out, man. I mean, like, you know, ELP was no more. Jethro Tull really wasn't really that big anymore.
And Genesis was changing.
Yeah, music was changing, and I think Rush was just kind of leading the charge in that, man. You know, so that's Permanent Waves. I love it. Great, my number one, man. So.
And next we move on. You know, we've been talking about great albums like 2112 or Farewell to Kings and Permanent Waves. And now we get to another big album in their careers, and that's going to be Moving Pictures. You know, these guys just keep on breaking barriers and making big moves.
Yeah, that's the bad boy right there, man. Yeah. That's the big boy.
That's heavy.
And
you can work into it, man.
They starts off with Tom Sawyer, one of their most popular songs, and I know that we've all heard it some millions of times, but I still love it. But side one can be considered just a classic 80s Rush. So what's your take on Moving Pictures, Will?
Yeah, Moving Pictures is, I think it's been called the perfect record. It's got everything. It's got the musicianship, it's got the lyrics, storytelling. It's a sci-fi based. A lot of people don't realize that certain tracks are based on like Red Barchetta, based on sci-fi theme. Neil's at a peak with his lyrics at this point. They're all at a peak. They're writing quicker songs, almost meant for live production. Again, they're really writing. They're at a peak now after Perfect Waves, where they're now filling stadiums. Right? They're not just filling smaller venues. They're already at that peak, but now they're filling like with permanent. With Hemispheres in previous. Yeah, they were filling stadiums, but now they're filling like massive stadiums. They're at a huge peak of performance at this point. They're playing super tight. Moving Pictures, as I said, it's perfect. It's got small, shorter songs for radio play. It has that classic Rush sound. Neil said it's the Rush album that was meant. It's their record. And if Rush was to sound like something, this is the record. And it was a peak for them commercially. Sales volume, huge, probably their biggest selling record. And I don't know that for a fact, but I would argue that
it is their biggest selling.
Yeah,
exactly.
I think now I read something where it's over 6 million, 6.5 million.
Exactly. Yeah, it's huge. So it's got everything, like I said, and it's clean too. And okay, production value, phenomenal. Because you play it on any system, on any format, and it sounds amazing. It could be a crappy old cassette, still sounds good. LP, digital, whatever you want. And not just that, like I remember I mentioned earlier, Getty said Tom Sawyer is still one of the most challenging songs to play. And I believe it. You get that bass line, that whole, they come on, I love that part. It's such a brilliantly written song, that da-na-na-na-na-na-na, off the synth with the melody, and then he picks up that melody on the bass. And all of a sudden he's da-da-da-da-da doing his thing. Unbelievable. It's just, it's got everything. That Why Was That? Another huge instrumental. Witch Hunt, brilliant song. Vital Signs, Camera Eye. Oh my God. When they did the Camera Eye on the Time Machine tour,
oh my God,
pictures, that was fucking epic.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, they did such a good job. I actually saw the Time Machine tour twice in Toronto, and absolutely blew me away. One of my favorite tours. And,
me too.
Yeah, just amazing. So I can't say enough about Moving Pictures. It's funny, I've revisited it in the last year because I hadn't really given it a serious listen. And then they came out with the 40th box set. They came out with the special edition 200 or 180 gram. I don't even know what it is, but it's got the embossed cover. So I bought like 5 of those and I sold 4. I kept one, and it sounds fucking incredible because my old Moving Pictures is a bit worn, and I had 2 actually, my wife's and mine. It was a bit old. Obviously, we bought it back in the day, and so I bought the embossed 180 or whatever the hell it is, but it sounds incredible, and the cover is beautiful. Like it's got this kind of embraced, I don't know what you call it, but the way it's designed, absolutely, it feels like leather, the cover, and it's just amazing, and it sounds incredible. So I was able to revisit that, and it never gets old. That record never gets old or boring. It's just, it has everything a Rush fan could want, and I appreciate it even more now, 40 some years later, So, and then when they released that giant brick of a box set, Mark showed us. I didn't get that because it was like, I don't really need this and I can't afford it right now. But I did get the digital and I got the CD package and the whole bit, that live show that came with it.
Oh my God.
That's fantastic.
I was just listening to that yesterday, man.
Yeah.
That live shows, that friggin' thing is incredible, man.
Yeah. That live show is brilliant. And I had a bootleg of the Moving Pictures tour, and it's very good. But this show is even better. So, shit. Yeah. that's my take. Yeah, see,
it's a beautiful box, man.
beautiful
Gatefold.
stuff.
I got the box set as well.
Yeah.
Oh wow! So each one has gatefolds because a lot of times when you get a box like that, it's just the paper.
No, man,
Well, that's
I got
awesome,
the
dude.
gatefolds for everything, man.
Wow.
That's
You know,
amazing.
they get what they want. I mean, they know their fans would love it. And look at that.
It's a bit on the expensive side, but
And a
So-
freaking hardcover book.
yeah.
Pictures.
Wow. Yeah. That's tight to do
I
that.
had to get it for one thing.
The car,
No.
the red Barchetta.
No. I'm
No,
It's
getting
got the
it right now.
Neil sticks in it, drumsticks, and
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
drumsticks, man.
that's amazing. Yeah,
That's why I wanted it. I wanted
Yeah.
Neil Peart's drumsticks.
yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, I regret, like all things that you miss, I'd regret not buying it, but
Metal guitar picks.
Wow.
Bass
Oh,
and
wow.
guitar.
very nice.
So, what do you think about Permanent Wave? I'm sorry, Moving Pictures. Mark?
I fucking love it. It's like the first album that got me into Rush.
Yeah.
And then I got into Signals after that. But my next door neighbor, he just got me into this. And freaking YYZ, I found out later that's the code for the Toronto airport. I guess
Yeah.
the landing thing.
Yeah.
Limelight's amazing. Tom Sawyer, Red Barchetta, which right here from the box set. It's like they tell you stories. You could see the stuff in your mind. It's like, why isn't there a movie of this album? It's like this could be a fucking movie, ending with Vital Signs, Witch Hunt. Like I saw the Time Machine tour. Fucking, I have it on Blu-ray. Fucking amazing. It's like this band's never put out a bad album. There's a lot of people disagree with me on that. All the 70s heads. And after Grace Under Pressure, they hate them until they got back up. We'll get to that later. But it's a great album. This is the only box set I bought by them. If they put out a Signals box set, I'm buying that shit too. I'm just saying. I hope there's some good shit in that
I'm
too.
hoping they do.
I hope they do Signals because that's the next one. I'm waiting for that one.
News around that, so
But we'll get into Signals.
The ever elusive Signal soundboard will finally be released because there's
Yes.
none that exist.
no.
Oh, dang.
What's your take on Moving Pictures?
Well, Moving Pictures was the first quote unquote Rush studio album I bought. Because, like I said, I bought Exit Stage Left first, and then soon after that was Moving Pictures. Because Moving Pictures, man, they were like top of the world at that time, man. You know, and like Will said, man, they moved from a smaller theater act to like an arena, bona fide arena act. You know, selling out arenas and. I mean, that's, Moving Pictures is the one album where even if somebody's actually a casual Rush fan, that's the one album they're going to have in their collection. Somebody, like a Back in Black, like it's Dark Side of the Moon,
It's crazy
things like that. That's if you're going to have one album by a band, that's usually the album that a casual music fan will have in their collection is Moving Pictures.
And it's weird that a casual fan will know all of side one,
Yeah, well, I remember people always were like all about side one back in the day, and
Side two
I'm
rules.
kind of guilty of that too. But damn, man, when I moved on to side two in my later years, I'm like, this side just blows me away, dude. Camera Eye and Witch Hunt. That's to me Rush at their most gothic, like dark and. I love the story. Like you visualize, when Getty's singing that. I mean, that's a dark song, man.
It's a freaking movie.
It's
Make a movie out of that fucking song.
And then Vital Signs is like kind of quote unquote like signals where they were going next. Kind of with the reggae influence and the synth and stuff like that. They just kept moving forward, man. Like. It always seemed like, there was a song on an album that kind of signaled where they were kind of going next, Vital Signs was that song, like, that would have fit right on the Signals album, Red Barchetta, I was just listening to to the live version. I was listening to a live disc that came in the box set just yesterday, and damn, man, that's like what Exit Stage Left should have been, you know. And when I get to Exit Stage Left, I'll talk about that. But it's so awesome that like they released finally a full moving pictures show and with great sound. I think Terry Brown went back and mixed those tapes, and sounds incredible. And the crown jewel for me in that box set is being that I'm an audiophile. I love the 5.1 mix of the album.
Yeah, I need to play that on my 4K player.
Yeah, they you know, for the 30th anniversary, they released a deluxe version of Moon Pictures, just a CD and like a Blu-ray. It wasn't a big box, but it had like, you know, a couple extra tracks on it, like some live tracks, but wasn't like a full show or anything. But that had a surround mix too. But this is like a fresh surround mix that's greatly improved, and it's an Atmos mix too. I mean,
yeah,
Atmos setup. You can play it on that, but you can certainly play it on a regular 5.1 as well. It sounds incredible. It's like listening to the album for the first time again.
Wow.
So I love hearing stuff like that, man. Yeah, that's really it, man. That deluxe box set is really awesome, man. I mean, they include a lot of great shit in that. It's a hefty price tag, but I mean, you know, with all box sets, man, they'll probably come down in price eventually.
Yeah.
You know? So,
I had to get it. That's the only one I got. I wanted that
I
one.
have all of them. I mean, I'm such a rush nut. I have to have all of them.
I couldn't afford all of them.
Yeah.
I've just got the 3. You can see them in the background there. The Farewell to Kings, Hemispheres, which is a Farewell to Kings with the Hemispheres box set, and I got the Rush Rediscovered up there.
Yeah.
I think that's all I have for box sets. But
well, a couple of the box sets I actually got free promos of them anyway, so it's not like I paid for all of them. You guys always make fun of me, like saying, "Oh, you have an in somewhere." What the hell?
I know, dude.
I do. I know
hook
people.
Me up.
I know people in radio, bro. So like, I get perks.
I know nobody but you, so you need to hook me up.
Yeah,
sure. I don't know about making fun of you. It's just like
I don't make fun of you. I'm like happy for you.
I wish I knew someone in radio.
Very happy
anyway,
for
man.
you.
But, I mean, Moving Pictures perfect album. It's the album that should be in everybody's collection, even if you're not a big Rush fan. I mean, it's accessible enough where, you know, everybody's pretty much into that album. I mean, Tom Sawyer is such a signature song of theirs. Like Will was saying, man, you put that on a good stereo, that opening drum beat, I mean, it just blows your head off. You know, the production. One of the first albums actually mixed in digital, too. One of the very early digitally mixed albums. I believe Peter Gabriel might have been the first one, but Rush was right there pretty much with Moving Pictures.
You guys said this when you used to buy CDs. It said AAD.
Yeah, the Spars code. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah. That one had ADD on it. So it was analog recorded, digitally mixed, and then obviously a CDs.
They don't even tell you that on the CDs anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, I thought that was cool.
Yeah. But that's Moving Pictures for me. Love it. Obviously, everybody needs to have that. You know, if you're going to have one album, I guess that's the one to have.
Yeah, sure. You know what I was going to mention? This is around the time that Rush would do those mini warm-up tours. And so they would write some songs for the next record, like Permanent Waves tour. They did a little like 3-venue tour between Permanent Waves and Moving Pictures. And they previewed Witch Hunt, and I think
they previewed Tom Sawyer and Limelight.
Yeah, that's right, Limelight, with different lyrics. And the chorus is different, and there was some interesting time signature differences between that and what got released on
and Alex's solos were like they're completely different.
Yeah, they're raw and like fast, much faster. They're just totally different feel. So it's cool. They were very experimental at that time, and they would do stuff like that, and they continued that into like the Signals era and stuff. So it's kind of cool that they would do that and
into the Grace. They continued that all the way up until like Power Windows. They did like every album up to Power Windows. I think they did like a little mini tour before they'd go and record the album.
Yep.
Yeah.
would keep their chops up for recording too, right?
Yeah.
So live, they would get them warmed up, and they go in and record those songs. So new songs, yeah. So smart, very smart, yeah.
And from there, we move on to Signals, where the leadoff track of Signals being Subdivisions could have easily been on Moving Pictures. But as they move throughout the album, they move way away from Moving Pictures. Again, a whole different album, but they start off with familiarity. But throughout the album, they move on to a whole new direction. What's y'all's take on Signals, Will?
Okay, Signals, 1982. I'm back in high school now, and this album came out, I think, if I recall, in the summer, or at least I remember it being released or listening to it through the summer. All the radio stations were playing this, and out of the Toronto circuit, the radio hits, Subdivisions, that was the first big one. Analog Kid, New World Man, and Countdown. Those 4 songs that were played endlessly on the radio. And I remember I actually recorded the songs before I bought the record. I recorded the songs off the radio on my cassette player. And that was how I got my first taste of Signals. And man, it was the best. Then I went out and bought it on cassette and LP. Obviously, I have the LP. Absolutely just takes me right back to that time. Like a lot of music can take you back in time.
Yep.
I remember being in high school and listening to this, and just absolutely amazing. Now, musicianship, as Al said, touches of reggae in there, and maybe a little bit of punk,
new wave,
new wave, everything. Lyrically, brilliant. So many good things going on it. The energy on that record is great. The production value is amazing, and just some really hard rocking songs. I just remember back in that time, I mean, I was 16, 17, give or take. I just remember that time listening to that stuff on the radio. And it's funny because at that time you could be in your friend's car, flip on the radio, and any rock station in Toronto was playing Rush. You didn't have to worry about it. You didn't need a cassette player or anything, right? It was all Rush. And it was just awesome. It was great to be a part of that. And I will say that probably one of my favorite songs, 2 favorite songs, Digital Man, and they redid that live on the Snakes and Arrows tour, if you guys recall.
Yeah.
And they extended it with an extended bit at the end and jam. Oh, amazing. Absolutely amazing. That song was meant to be played live. And The Weapon. I got to say, The Weapon, Part 2, the Fear trilogy.
Yeah.
Or quadrilogy. I forget how many pieces of Fear there are.
There was 3. I think Vapor Trail's the last one, right?
That's right. Absolutely. That song is technically brilliant. And when the Race Under Pressure DVD package came out, there was a live disc, and we'll get to that, but there was a live disc with that release of the Toronto show in '84, and they did The Weapon live, and it's the best piece of music I've ever heard. It's amazing. And if you haven't heard that, you have to get it. I'll have to send you a copy of that too, Mark.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
It was the live TV. It was the live video, the VHS. That I'll get to it when we get to it. But I mean, I remember my friend of mine recorded that concert off MTV, and we watched that fucking thing constantly, man.
Yeah.
You know, that and Exit Stage Left was like our Bibles. Like we watched those because, like, you know, video wise, there wasn't much Rush video live. Right. Those were like the 2, you know, up until that time. So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm done, but I can't say enough about that record. It just had such an impact. I think it was a big step for Rush. Well, I'll say this part. This was the beginning of many changes for Rush in the 80s. And Mark mentioned that earlier. A lot of people didn't like this record because it was moving into synthesizers and technology, and they were changing their sound, and people wanted 70s Rush, or they wanted Moving Pictures, Permanent Waves Rush. But I was a huge Rush fan in the 80s. I saw every tour except for the Signals tour. And I loved this era of Rush. This decade of Rush was brilliant. And I think people that here's my thing. I think people missed out on some stuff because a lot of them, when they heard the synths and you know, in some of the future records we're going to talk about in the 80s, Alex's guitar work got pushed a little bit behind the scenes and the synths took over, and that was a big issue for a lot of people. And this Signals was really the beginning of that era and this new sound for Rush, but they were evolving, you know, and that's why, like, for me, I loved it, and I stayed with them forever. I never turned away from that sound in the 80s. So but we'll talk about those future records. But I think people who left, I think they missed out on some stuff, and I get it. They left because they wanted that older Rush sound, but this album was huge for them too. I think it did very well commercially, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah.
You know, I love when you gravitate towards a band you love, and you just go for a ride with them. You know, do or die. There's some albums you like. There's some that you don't like, but you hold on, and you'll get rewarded because it's a band you love. It's a band that you can really grab a hold of.
Yeah.
That's the great thing about music. Mark, Signals for you.
It's all about subdivisions. I was the guy who was cast out in high school. This is the song, or any junior high, elementary school. I was a kid that was picked on. And this was like be cool or be cast out subdivisions in the high school halls, in the shopping malls. That was me. This is my album. This is my favorite Rush album right here. Especially with Countdown, Losing It, Chemistry, Digital Man. It's The Weapon, New World Man. This is a fucking killer album. And look at, we haven't talked about the Rush album covers. Signals. A dog is pissing on a freaking fire hydrant. That's a signal to other dogs. That's the scent of a dog. That's a signal. Moving pictures. Guys moving pictures out of a freaking museum. These album covers are freaking amazing.
Yeah.
Hugh Sign, right? Hugh Sign did the album covers, right? Yeah. My God, look at the back diagrams. It's like Subdivisions, Analog Kid, Chemistry, Digital Man. This is a perfect album. It's like a mixture of prog, new wave, and reggae.
Wow.
What other band could do that? What other band tried to do that and failed? Yeah. This band did it and succeeded. This is a fucking great album. I think it gets overlooked. And nobody's ever talked about Rush. Every album that they had was a different logo.
Yeah.
They never had the same logo on any of their albums. It's like Iron Maiden had their classic logo. All these other bands had their classic logo. Y&T eventually got their classic logo.
Metallica
got their classic logo. Megadeth got their classic logo. Rush changed it up every album.
It's crazy.
How cerebral is that? It's a freaking great album.
I think it's a testament of just them just evolving all the time. You know, it's always changing, and you know, they never stayed in one place, man.
They kept moving.
I mean, AC/DC, everybody, you know, they come out. I love AC/DC, but like when an AC/DC album comes out, you know what to expect. You know what's going to be like. And whenever Rush came out with an album, I don't mean to cut you off, Mark. You're not done, but
I'm fine. Just keep going, man. I love it.
No, it's like, you know, like whenever like Rush is coming out with a new album, like you always were like curious, man. Where are they going next? Where are they not going next? That was always the big curiosity of like being a Rush fan. You kind of looked forward to it. Like, what are they gonna, you know, what themes? What's the theme of the album gonna be like? What's gonna, you know, what's lyrically? What's Neil gonna write about? What's the album cover gonna look like? What's you know,
the logo?
Always like. That's what separated like the fans like from other fans of other bands. I mean, it was such a special bond of like fan with this band. You know, I mean, that's what makes this band unique. You know, you can't. I mean, there's very few bands where you can find a fanatical fan base as big as these guys. You know what I mean?
Or as devoted. And y'all were talking about the different album covers and the different logos. It's like it's not just a new album; it's a new project.
Yeah,
that they were showing you.
Yeah,
and
going into the Signals thing now, I guess I could talk about it. Is that when I heard going back to Permanent Waves, when I heard that album side was in 1982, so Signals may have been out, it may have not been out. I wasn't aware at the time. But like I said, when I heard the side one of Permanent Waves, I loved it. But it took another year before I really went out and bought a Rush album. So by the time I got Signals, it was probably 83 already, probably late 83. And, it had already been out. But I remember hearing Subdivisions or seeing the video on MTV because my cousin had MTV. I didn't have MTV, but I'd go to a house and I have a vague memory of actually seeing that video and remembering it. And it was cool, like lyrically, yeah. I wouldn't say I was a cast out in high school. In school, I wasn't with the in crowd either. I was kind of like one of the, I consider myself, I was kind of a friend of everybody.
I was the same way.
One group, and I was friendly with everybody, and everybody was cool with me. So it wasn't like I got picked on in school or anything. I think there was certain bullies and things, and it's natural growing up. You're gonna go through that stuff.
Yeah.
But lyrically, this song still spoke to me. It's like, yeah, man, it's you kind of want to be in the cool crowd, and you're not getting in there. You know what I mean? So, I love these Subdivisions to this day. Still, such a great song. Analog Kid's probably one of my favorites on there. Great rock and guitar by Alex on that one. And yes, this album is like pretty much. This was very much considered the dividing line in the Rush amongst Rush fans. A lot of fans cut off at this album. Signals kind of like I don't listen to anything about Signals. I think that line in recent years, more like in the last 20 years, I think that line's gotten moved up to Grace Under Pressure. I feel a lot of fans go up to that album now.
Yeah, I kind of
listen
agree
to
with
anything after that one. But anyway, like The Weapon, like Will was saying, that's one of my favorite tracks on there. Seeing that on that Grace Under Pressure live video, when they did the whole Fear trilogy in chronological order was amazing. And I love Countdown. I remember being on Rush fan groups way back in the AOL days, the early days of the internet. And that song got kind of made fun of a bit, but I always loved that song, man. I mean, I thought that was a great, and the video was cool with the space shuttle.
It's like a movie in your head.
Yeah, but being a kid and seeing the space shuttle launch and imagining that, like when you listen to the song, it's great. And the interplay. I mean, I love the Alex riff in that, man. In Countdown, Losing It. It's so great to hear them play that on the last tour. Yeah, very emotional for me. That song's taken on a whole new meaning ever since Neil passed away.
I agree with you, especially what Neil said about it on that last tour.
Exactly, man. And Losing It, it's like I that's really moved up into like one of my favorites of Signals. I love that song.
I agree with you on
so
that
much, man.
Yeah.
Whereas when I was a kid and that album was new, I didn't pay much attention to that song. It's like the mellow stuff and everything. When you get older, you tend to start appreciating that more. When you're a kid, like I said, you want like the balls out, rock and stuff and whatever. But Losing It, man, has moved up into like one of my favorites. So that's Signals for me. I think I bought that in '83. That might have been like the fourth Rush album I bought. So I think if I remember correctly, Exit Stage Left was first, Moving Pictures, then Permanent Waves, then I believe Signals was the next one I bought. And that was the newest album at the time when I started buying those albums. So Signals, yeah, love it. And the production, man, you can't get any more analog production, man. I mean, the sound of the album is so analog, sounds so good, you know. I don't know, man. You just don't need to ever remaster the album. I think sounds great originally.
Perfect.
Sounds clean, and you put it on any platform, any system, and it's going to sound.
That's beautiful on vinyl, though, man.
Amazing.
It really does, man.
Yeah.
That's like one of those albums you really have to have on vinyl.
Yeah, exactly. It sounds incredible. You know, Geddy had to write a bass part for Losing It for the R40 tour.
Yeah, because there was no.
Yeah, there was no bass. There was no bass melody. He did a great job with it. What a powerful song, though. And like you said, I agree with you. It speaks to, you know, it's like Neil wrote about his future. You know, like
Yeah.
You know, with the demise of his health and everything, it's very sad. And that's a moving song. I mean, lyrically, it's very moving.
Oh yeah,
Yes, it is.
You know, passage of time and all that stuff. And,
I remember being when I went to 3 shows on the last tour, R40 tour. I went to Philadelphia, Newark, New Jersey, and the last Rush show I ever saw, which is appropriate for me, is Madison Square Garden. So that was the last one. So I remember the Newark one was the middle show, and I went with my wife to that one. She's gotten with me to every Rush ever since we started dating. She went with me to every Rush tour. I think she just missed the R30 one though, because I remember the R30 shows, like they were right around the time we were getting married. So she was in preparing marriage mode and all that.
Woohoo, R30.
She was like, you go out and enjoy the shows. I'm taking care of this stuff, whatever. Anyway, so I remember the R40 we saw, but the R40 when we saw it in Newark and they played Losing It because they didn't play it in Philadelphia the night before.
Yeah.
So Newark, they played it, and I remember you guys in Toronto had gotten it first.
Yeah.
And I think Ben Mink came out with you guys, right?
Yeah, we had Ben Mink, and I think the second night was Jonathan Dinklage.
Yeah, which is who we got at Newark and then Massacre Garden. They played that song both that night. But I remember when they did Losing It, I turned to my wife. I lost it, man. It moved me. I was actually like pretty.
It wasn't on the DVD. Damn it.
But anyway, I don't want to take up any more time. We're already going on over 2 hours.
God, yeah, we still got a lot of albums to go, man.
Go ahead, Andy.
All right, we are moving on to Grace Under Pressure.
I have this on vinyl. I can't find it right now, but here's the CD.
I love that album cover.
Yeah, it's a great album cover. I don't have that much to say about this one, but go ahead, Will. Start it off with Grace Under Pressure.
AAD.
My Super Saver vinyl copy here. I got a couple copies of this. This is my first Rush tour. Okay, 1984 Toronto. 3 shows, $15 a ticket, Maple Leaf Gardens. I went to 2 of them.
So you were on that video then? You were in that video?
I'm in the video somewhere. Yeah.
Were you the guy like air drum?
Yeah, I could be.
Probably was.
When we get to Presto, I got to talk about air drumming. But
okay.
I was the guy passed out of my chair, missing the whole thing. No, I'm kidding. But no, you know what? For me, well, number one, this album, very dark record, but the lyrics speak to, you know, they still have meaning today with what's going on in the world.
Oh yeah,
oh my God,
this time in the world when this album was written, and like I said, it can still be, you know, there's a lot of stuff in here that the themes of the songs can be related to what's going on in the world today. And as always, Neil was so ahead of himself, you know, like history repeating itself, that sort of thing, you know. Distant Early Warning, classic song. After Image, very powerful song. Red Sector A, Enemy Within, another great song. I remember when these videos first came out on MTV here in Toronto, and I remember watching actually, that's a bit of trivia. Very first video in Toronto on an MTV channel was The Enemy Within.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Very first video, and I remember when that happened because I watched it live. So in my parents' basement. Side 2, The Body Electric.
Nobody ever really talks about that though. Everything's always like, oh, the first video on MTV was Video Killed the Radio Star.
Yeah.
Nobody ever talks about the first video on Much Music.
No, Much Music. That's right.
I watched Much Music when MTV started throwing a bunch of crap.
Yeah, I used to get Much Music too on cable, like all the time.
Yeah, awesome. I love Much Music.
Yeah. Much Music and that whole Toronto. We didn't get a lot of stuff at that time. I mean, well, videos were new. That was a new
Honeymoon
concept.
Suite and all that groups that I didn't see here. You know,
Sweet,
awesome.
and, that other band, or a few Canadian Frozen Ghost, a couple of like sort of Toronto Canadian bands. They came out. They were the first ones to come out with these type of videos. Platinum Blonde was another one. I don't know if you guys remember that band, but
Yeah,
I got it.
Alex did some work with them. He played the song was "Crying Over You." That was their big hit. He played the guitar solo on that. So he's pretty active at that time, doing stuff outside of Rush. Kid Gloves, excellent song.
yeah.
Red Lenses,
Yeah.
excellent. Love the bass line in that song.
Kind of what like's going on with Russia right now.
Yep. There's so much happening here on this record that's still relevant. That's what I'm saying. And Between the Wheels, another brilliant,
Oh God,
brilliantly written song about the passage of time. Like Neil was all over this stuff, and like I said, this album has a special place for me because it was my first Rush tour. It was the second Rush album of the '80s, and Rush. This is probably my peak of being a Rush fan, really. And this famous photo, I believe the photographer's name was Karsh. I don't know his first name.
Joseph.
But he was a famous photographer.
Joseph Korsh.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. And the story goes that the guys were quite nervous meeting him, but he was very excited to meet a rock band. He had heard of Rush. He was excited to film a rock band. He was expecting like Kiss to come in, some crazy guys and all that. But he said after meeting them, he was like, well, they don't seem like crazy guys to me. You know, they seem like rather reserved, intelligent, quiet kind of bookworms. So thought that was funny, you know, but that became like a big, quite a famous photo for them. So
yeah.
and then I've seen that so many times in other places, but the artwork, that's again Hugh signed on the front.
Amazing. He signed.
This album cover alone is just, there's so much going on here with, you know,
I have the poster. I have the poster of that album cover.
Yeah,
Right.
there's just so much happening here. You know, like you could read so much into this technology and the future and AI and everything. Like it's just, this is so ahead of its time. It's really what I call the sort of the digital era of Rush in that sense. And Alex's guitar, I don't know if we talked about Alex's guitar and Signals, but it was still very prominent.
Oh yeah.
This one, it's still pretty prominent as well. It's in the later '80s albums that it starts to take a sort of a background to the synths. But the first two records of the '80s, Alex is out there, and there's some amazing playing, like his solo and his guitar work on Red Sector A, and that song again meant for live presentation. Absolutely excellent. Some great tracks on this record.
Yeah.
Mark, what's your take on Grace Under Pressure?
This is a fucking phenomenal album. I'm waiting for Signals and this box set. I will spend $300 each on these two albums. This is like an album that I just play over and over. I remember when this album first came out, Neil was talking. Well, people didn't get it. It's like 20 years later, Neil says people finally got this album. So people were bitching about this album. People hated it. And now this is like a cult classic from freaking Rush. This is like a major cult classic from Rush. People go back to this album and go, I didn't get it back then, but I get it now. It's like Distant Early Warning. The video for Distant Early Warning was kind of cheesy with the kid on the freaking missile.
Yeah.
But it's a fucking great. Fucking a body electric going to computer code. Nobody knew what computer code was back then. 1001001 SOS. It's like Neil Peart was, like you guys were saying, way ahead of his time on this album. It's like this guy was talking to the future. Between the wheels, you know how that rabbit feels going under your speeding wheels, bright images flashing by like windshields towards a fly. Frozen in that fatal climb, but the wheels of time just pass you by. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Those lyrics are fucking amazing.
Yeah.
It's like wheels can take you around, wheels can cut you down.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, can you spare another war, another wasteland, another last generation? This is what's going on now in 1984. My God, dude. After Image,
Absolutely.
I must help my mother stand up straight. My God, dude. This is like an amazing Nostradamus album right here by Neil Peart. It's a fucking great album. People need to go, if you haven't heard this and you like Rush, you need to go back and listen to this and read the lyrics. It's poetry. Great album.
Yep.
Al, Grace Under Pressure for you?
Yeah, Grace Under Pressure, man. Again, like Will was saying, dark album, man. One of the darkest, actually. I consider this kind of a cousin to like 2112, really, where it takes place in the dystopian world. Big Brother's watching you now. Very Orwellian, influenced, 1984, perfect year for it to come out, just like the book that was released in 1948. Lyrically, man, it's so relevant to what's going on today more than ever. I'm not even gonna, you guys touched on pretty much everything, but I love, I remember seeing the Distant Early Warning video, and as a kid, being very intrigued and seeing Rush on TV, and again with the Grace Under Pressure live concert that a friend taped off MTV. When MTV used to have concerts Saturday nights. Man, we watched that thing over and over, man. I mean, until we wore out the VHS tape. And I think I saw Will in there, like air drumming somewhere, putting on the 3D glasses. What was that all about, man?
Yeah, that was crazy for the Weapon.
Yeah, for the Weapon. Yeah, which is one of my favorite. That's Signals, but that was one of my favorite points in the Count Floyd introducing the song. Body. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was saying Count Floyd from SCTV.
Yeah.
Used to be a comedy show.
Yeah. Body Electric, one of my favorites. Kid Gloves, one of my. I mean, that's a deep track that I love. I think that has the second best Rush ending of a song, second to Xanadu. I think Xanadu is the greatest Rush ending to a song. I think Kid Gloves is the second. I mean, listen to the ending of it. It just it hammers out the point. Like, yes, we just hammered you with this song. We're going out, in a blaze of glory, and I think it's a great ending. Between the Wheels, I love hearing that on Snakes and Arrows tour. And they continued that on throughout some tours after that. So yeah, love that album. Dark, and I think that's like the dividing line where people kind of stop, hard, the real, I don't know, man. I love all Rush. So, I mean, I'm a fan of, there's some albums I like more than others, but like Mark said, I don't think they've ever released a bad album. It's just there's some that I like more than others. That's all, So that's Grace Under Pressure for me. And ironically, I was already into Rush or whatever, but I didn't get that on the day of release. I think I got that maybe a month after the release, because at that time I was still trying to catch up on the Rush discography, so I kind of didn't get that right away. And anyway, but I love the album, man. Alex's guitar is roaring that album, actually.
Oh my God, yes,
much higher in the mix than Signals.
Yeah, he's all over that.
Yeah.
I think that's around the time that, I don't know if he was complaining at that point, but I know it bothered him. The keys the synths were taking over.
Yeah.
There was some contention around that. I think more so in the later records that we're going to get into in the 80s. But yeah, definitely the guitar is forefront in Grace Under Pressure.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the only album produced by Peter Henderson.
Yeah.
So
that's right.
I think that wasn't that the last. Signals is the last album by
Signals was Terry Brown, last one, and then Peter Henderson came in and produced this one. I think he did Supertramp and bands like that, and he was the only one that produced this. This was the only album produced by him. I think Getty complained that he couldn't make any decisions in the studio. with like a producer supposed to guide a band into certain ways and things like that. And Peter Henderson wasn't really like that type of producer that they were looking for.
Mm.
So, you know, at this point, Rush could have produced the albums themselves, but like they always said, they always like to have an objective ear when making an album. They wanted to have an outside person with an objective ear, you know, making some decisions, you know, for them as well. So anyway, Peter Henderson was the only one on this album. So sonically, it's kind of an oddity in the Rush catalog. So,
you know, and it's great to have an outside producer that's not in the band because you got a different ear telling a band, don't get so indulgent. Let's pull it back. You know, they need. Every band needs that, and when a band produces their own stuff, they think everything is great. You know?
I disagree with that on some bands. Some bands can produce themselves really well. Like Michael Sweet can produce Stryper really well, especially the last 4 albums.
My case, man. Yeah, but this last Stryper's albums were great, man.
Yeah, that was Michael Sweet, man. Yep.
So on the next album is one of my favorites from the 80s. Power Windows. It took me a while to get into Power Windows, but once it really clicked into my head, it's a fantastic album. And yes, the synthesizers are there, but they're just great musicians with great storytelling and great writing. Go for it. Well, what is your impression about Power Windows?
Power Windows, I love it, and it took a bit of time to get into, but it's funny because I remember when Big Money was first released, and that was the big radio track. So I remember being in the car and when they played that, and it was a big deal because they were like 4 o'clock coming out of like Chum FM in Toronto. 4 o'clock, we're going to play the new Rush song. So Big Money was such a powerful song. It hits you like a ton of bricks. When they played that, I remember that. I remember where it was, and I was driving home, and I was like, 4 o'clock, oh my God, I got to hear this. And it blew me away. And I was like, okay, and that guitar riff in it, it was just, you know, that it had that amazing 80s sound. So I remember that song vividly. And then I started to get into the record later on. I got the cassette and the LP, obviously. And then I started to really get into the lyrics and the songs and stuff. It took a while to really grow on me. But it's got some amazing tracks like Grand Design, Manhattan Project. That song is a brilliant song. And seeing that live, because I saw all these tours in the 80s, that was such an amazing piece of visual history. It was excellent to see that done. Marathon, another great track. Territories, Middletown Dreams. There's so much going on in these songs, you know, like within the songs themselves, lyrically. Emotion Detector and Mystic Rhythms. Mystic Rhythms was always an interesting thing to see live. Everybody would leave to go get a beer when Mystic Rhythms came on, and they usually close out the set with that. And everybody, you know, it was just that kind of song. But from a drum point of view, it was always interesting to watch. I never left because I wanted to see Neil play that song, and because there's a lot going on from a drum pattern point of view. But I think overall, you know, it's not one of my favorites, but I really respect it. And there are some standout tracks on this record for sure. The tour itself, incredible. And I believe this is the time that Geddy switched to a wall bass, if I'm not mistaken, and it had a very unique sound. So the jazz bass that we knew on a lot of the tracks of Moving Pictures went away. Rickenbacker went away. And I think he predominantly used the wall bass, which changed their sound a little bit on this record. And it sounded good. It sounded very good. But yeah, it was, like I said, the tours were great. There you go. Wow. Yeah, see? It's got all the stuff in there, all his basses. Wow. But overall, I really, you know, it's a very cool record. And lyrically, it's brilliant. And not something I jump to all the time, though. You know, it's funny. It's not grab.
Hey, Will, did we drop the needle on that? I know we did Counterparts, but did we do Power Windows as well?
I don't know if we did. We did Hold Your Fire, and I don't think we did.
Power Windows, no?
No.
I know we did Counterparts.
Yeah, for sure. We'd have to go back and check because we didn't. I would love to do it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Mark, your impression of Power Windows? We're here in your mid '80s of Rush.
Yeah, this is when I finally bought an album on the first week it came out.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, because I was into Rush at this time, and I saw the video for the Big Money on MTV, and I just, the video was cheesy. If you look back at it now, back then it was like amazing computer animation, Monopoly board. Monopoly was one of my favorite games back then.
But you like cheesy stuff.
I love this. I love the Big Money. I love curves and lines of grand designs. Manhattan Project, imagine a time where it all began. The lyrics just speak to you. If you read these lyrics, territories, a whole wide world, an endless universe, yet we keep looking through the eyeglass in reverse. Don't feed the people, but we feed the machines. Can't really feel what international means. This is like, again, foreshadowing the future.
Yeah.
It's like mystic rhythms, emotion detector. They dream in Middletown. It's like people dreaming big dreams. It's like marathon. It's like, it says something always fires that light that gets in your eyes. It's like, God dang, these lyrics are just amazing. Mm-hmm. It's like we did a review on the Freeform Rock podcast with Eric Arns P. Jordan from the Rock All Over You podcast, and he loves this album too. It's like, but a lot of the old heads, I call them old heads, don't like this album at all. It's like, it's horrible to them. I'm telling you, if you take the keyboards off this album is hard as fuck. The guitar riffs that Alex is doing in the background that's not pushed up in the mix, I wish they would do a version of this where they lower the keyboards and put up Alex's guitar riffs, because that da-na-na on Big Money, he's like kicking guitar ass on this album. You just can't hear it. I listen to this album, I close my eyes, and I listen to Alex kicking ass on this album. This is a great album. And another thing, look, Power Windows, a guy with a remote control controlling a window.
Yeah.
It's like the album covers signals with the dog pissing on the fucking thing, giving a signal. You got to look at this shit. They're so cerebral that they are so ahead of you that you don't even know it.
Yeah.
Amazing album. I love it.
Al, your take on Power Windows?
Yeah, I remember walking to school. I was so this came out 85, so I was in 8th grade, and I remember walking to school, and I used to meet up with like some friends. Would meet up, kind of on the street and walk to school, like coming from a different way, and we meet up, walk to junior high. And I remember my friend Brant, who was a big time Rush fan too. He had a Walkman and stuff, and I met up with him. He's like, dude, I got the new Rush out, Power Windows on cassette. I didn't get it yet. I didn't get it on the release day. At that time, obviously there was no internet. You wouldn't know about an album release unless you read it in a music magazine, or you heard it on the radio, like what the release date was going to be, or
if you went to a record store and had it listed on a chart,
or whatever, So I didn't know that it had come out yet, but he had it, man. And I was like, dude, can I listen to some of it on the way to school? So he gave me the headphones, and I remember the Big Money was on, and I was like just fucking blown away. I was like, wow, it's really, really cool, really good, man. And Grand Designs, I always loved that track. Manhattan Project, Marathon was awesome. There's not a done on this album for me. For me, this is like for their synth era. This is their peak album. This is like much like Hemispheres was their peak in the progressive era. Mm-hmm. This to me was their peak in like the synth era. Although they would go one more album, in this vein, To me, Power Windows is a superior one. I'll get to that album. We'll get to Hold Your Fire, but yeah, I sonically this album is great. I mean, this album is just screaming and begging to be released in a 5.1 format.
Yes,
there's so much going on, layers.
Oh God, yes,
layers on this album and everything that it can be a stunning surround version of this album. If they ever get to a box set of this album, I don't know how far they're going to go with the box sets. I hope they do every album, but we're getting up there in age now, so they need to start releasing these deluxe versions.
I want this and Grace Under Pressure.
I kind of wish like they started doing some of these later albums and I like do deluxe versions at their 30th anniversary. I mean, I'm going to be 80, but by the time I get to Awkward Angels and shit, Anyway, Power Windows. I don't want to dwell too much more on it, but it's a very dense. First album produced by Peter Collins, who took a different approach in producing than Terry Brown did, but it was very lush and very, very cool. And like Mark was saying, dude, like I think Alex, as much as Alex complained about like the synth era and how like his guitar was taking a back seat, I think it made him a better all-around guitar player because he had to invent ways of weaving in and out of the keyboards, and I think it made him a more textural, all-around better player in the long run. We knew that he can do screaming solos and awesome heavy riffs and all that. Now he's becoming more of a textural player. He's weaving in and out of the keyboards and coming up with very inventive chording and arpeggios and all great stuff. So I think in the long run, he should be proud of his work on these albums. So, and if you want to hear heavier versions of these songs, man, put on the Clockwork Angels DVD.
Oh, yeah.
They did pretty much. It was almost like they did two albums on that tour because they did most of Power Windows too. And sonically, man, I mean, Alex was putting some heavy guitar in there. So,
that's one of my great memories for sure. On Clockwork, that opening first half. Yeah, it was like a Power Windows tribute. They did so many tracks.
I loved it, man.
That recording's available, Andy, if you're looking for it, because it's oh my God, Alden, like you said, it's heavy and like they've enhanced the songs, like they're just pounding it out. Live rock,
Yeah, and like I was saying about Alex, his playing in the background, you can. He reinvented the way he played, and the thing is that when we think of rock guitarists, we always think about the solos. We're waiting for that solo, but then you don't really pay attention to what's going on in the background because they're constantly playing. So next time I hear Power Windows, like also Mark was saying, I think I'm going to pay attention more to what Alex is doing behind the keyboards on that.
He had some riffs. He had some Richie Blackmore shit on that album. People don't understand. He is playing hard in that background. You just don't hear it. Keyboards. I wish they would do a mix where they bring down the keyboards and just put his riffs up there because he is playing. This is a really hard album. If you take out the keyboards, it's a freaking 2112 shit going on in that album.
I think if they did a surround mix of this album, I think it would bring out a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
If they did, like, hopefully they do. So that's my take on Power Windows. So
fantastic, fantastic guys. Y'all are doing great on every single album. I'm really enjoying everything y'all are saying. And there's so much stuff I need to go back and listen to. Okay, we are moving on to Hold Your Fire.
Brilliant.
Hold Your Fire. What year was this? Was this the last 80?
I think it's 87, right?
87.
All right. 1987 was Hold Your Fire. Will.
Yeah, I want to show you something. I've got my OG here with the 45 that can't stand still. So I framed that, and then had that for a few years because Hold Your Fire is one of my favorite records and tours.
My first Rush tour.
I think Will.
Oh, he got frozen.
He'll come back.
He'll come back. I think do they have a remaster? He's got a remaster of this.
Yeah,
doesn't he?
yeah. It was
They
part
do?
of the master series and stuff like that.
On
so-
vinyl?
Yeah, on vinyl. Yeah,
Oh shit! I gotta.
they
get
did
that
every
then.
one, man. They did every album.
I used to have
Yeah.
I used to have the freaking bandana of this, and I lost it.
You still there, Will? No, he's
I
still
think
far.
Will's having trouble with his internet. But let Mark go, and then when Will comes
Yeah.
back,
Well,
Got it. All right, Mark. Hold your fire.
come on. You start off with Force 10. It's like, my God, it's a tough times demand, tough hearts demand, tough song demand, tough hearts demand. And you get to Time Stand Still, which my wife and me danced to our first song. You know, it was Time Stand Still. You know, Freeze This Moment, the great Amy Mann, who doesn't get enough credit. If you ever listen to her solo albums, my God, she's amazing. I like her better solo than with Till Tuesday. But it's a fucking cheesy ass video. But Open Secrets, Second Nature, It's Ought to Be Second Nature, Prime Mover, Lock and Key, you know, Mission. My God, the only bad song on here is they even say it's the worst song on here is Tai Shan. Take that song off here, it's a perfect fucking album. It's a fucking great album, man. I
Like
fucking
Getty-
love it. Didn't Peter
Getty
Collins
Getty said it was an error.
didn't Peter Collins also produce Operation Mindcrime and Suicidal Tendencies, Art of Rebellion?
Excuse me.
I think he produced them too, right? It's a
Who?
fucking great album, man. I played this album, freaking Open Secret. The lyrics on this thing that he's talking about, like life and the way we need to treat people. Is just it says, I don't want to face the killer instinct, face it in you and me, so we keep it under lock and key. You know, it's like Alex Lifeson also has some killer riffs on this fucking album. If you listen to it, if you take the time and listen to what's going on in the background under Getty's keyboards, Alex is playing some great shit again. This is a fucking great album. What do you think about it, Will?
Yeah, well, you go.
Yeah, no worries. I got disconnected. Yeah, no, I agree with everything you said. I love this tour. I don't know if you guys, Mark, you saw this tour. I don't know if you guys
My
saw
first
this.
concert.
Yeah.
Rush.
It was excellent. 1987, again, Maple Leaf Gardens. All the Rush tours in the 80s were in Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto. And they had for this tour, they released 3 giant red balloon balls into the audience. So everybody, like, they're huge, like the size of a truck. So these balls are floating around on the tour and balloons, and you can still get these red balloons from the tour online. So it's just epic. The album itself, I think Mark covered it, lyrically brilliant. There's so much going on here. And it holds up to this day again, because Neil's lyrics are so prolific. Absolutely amazing songs. Force 10, Time Stand Still, of course, a classic. Open Secrets. I don't need to go through all the tracks. There's some amazing musicianship on here, and it has a certain 80s sound, but if you listen to the OG versus the re-release, it's improved a lot, and they've added a lot of meat to the sound, and that's what I found. And because it does have a very 80s kind of feel to it, and I think Getty was still using the wall bass at this point as well, because they were doing a lot of experimental type stuff in the 80s. But it's just, it's a great record, and I gotta say, I'm one of the few people who likes Tai Shan. I like it only because I read Neil's book Masked Rider, and it's all about his travels, his cycling adventures in Africa and China. And in the 90s, he spent a lot of time cycling through China and different stuff like that. So it reminds me of the books. Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's not a great song. It's not something they would want to play live, but it's a B-side song, right? So, but I think it's interesting. High Water is a very unique song. It's got a really interesting drum sequence to it, and it's got some very interesting lyrics as well. And about how we all come from the ocean and how we evolved, and really speaks to that whole evolution process thing. Some really good tracks on here. Prime Mover. The album examines a lot of different subject matter in the human equation in that sense. So I love it. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, this is the album that all the people who hated Rush after Grace Under Pressure say, they just like bitch about this album. I go, like, bitch, you haven't heard this album. You don't know what it's. You just want to hear heavy shit. You want to hear 2112. I said, you didn't evolve. You stayed a caveman. That's all I got to tell them,
I think they missed out a little bit,
I do too.
We all move on from bands. We come back, or we come back years later and go, oh, this is actually pretty good. But, it all depends on what you're into at the time, too, I think. But I think in some cases people missed out because, and I'll get to this later when we get into the 90s. But
wait, since you pulled your fire.
They missed out on they missed out on that because they left in the 80s, they moved on. So anyway, I love this record.
I love it too.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I got to get the remastered version of it then. I don't think I have that.
What's your take on Hold Your Fire?
Well, this is the first album I did buy on the day of release. I was in full Rush fandom by this point. First album I actually bought on the compact disc format. First Rush album I ever bought on CD. I remember going to Sam Goody and buying it. My brother had a new rack system. He had a CD player already early on.
Oh, I missed the rack system.
He had gotten their CD player, I think, around 1986. So I'm like, you know what? He's got a CD player. He's got a cassette thing. I can buy the CD and record it on a cassette. I ended up buying the actual cassette of it anyway, just to have it. But and I gotta be honest, man. When I first bought the album and I heard it, I was actually disappointed. I'll be quite honest with you. By 1987, my tastes were already getting into some heavier stuff. I was already getting into thrash metal. I was fully into like Metallica, Megadeth, Anthrax, Slayer, all the usual suspects. I was really into that stuff. So when Hold Your Fire came out, I was like, after Power Windows, I was kind of hoping, they took this to kind of the peak. I'm hoping they come out with, they kind of maybe go back to their roots a little bit and get a little heavier. And they didn't, dude. It was still kind of continuation of Power Windows, but they were even kind of going into more. It almost seemed like a fusiony, like jazzy kind of area. And when you're in high school, dude, it's like, and I was into thrash at the time and getting into heavier stuff. I gotta say, I was disappointed in the album. I did listen to the album though, and I, as a Rush fan, I listened to it. And for a long time, it didn't grab me, so I kind of put it aside and I continued on, listening to heavier music. It wasn't until like I was a bit older, then I revisited the album again. That there really is some phenomenal stuff on here. The playing is very intricate, just because Alex isn't playing through a wall of Marshalls doesn't mean he's not playing great stuff on here. At this time, he was using single coil guitar, so his sound was significantly thinner. But he chose to do that to cut through the keyboards with his sound. And again, great textural playing on here by him. And I'm not going to go through the songs, but one of my favorites on here is Lock and Key. Mission is probably my favorite song on the album. To me, that's one of Alex's greatest guitar solos he's ever laid down. Very much emotional. On a Show of Hands to Live video.
Oh yeah.
Where it doesn't fade out like on the record. He just really his solo is just almost like he's almost playing like a Gilmour type of David Gilmour type of emotional solo with the music. To me, that's one of my probably top, 10 Rush songs, 10, 15. I love Mission. To me, that's my favorite song on that album. And as I've matured and become older. I mean, my brother got me into jazz and stuff like that, so I can listen to this album with a little more appreciation now in my later years. I begged my brother to buy tickets to take me to this tour. Finally, I want to see Rush. Because really, I wasn't driving, so I was just kind of, I had to go to what he was. I mean, not to say that he didn't take me to great concerts. He did. He took me to see Van Halen, took me to see Kiss, Metallica, things like that. I wanted to see Rush. He didn't end up getting tickets for his tour, so I was disappointed. It would have been my first Rush tour, but it wasn't to be. Anyway, I'll get to the next album and tour and stuff like that. But anyway, and then the Show of Hands live VHS, I remember buying that and playing the shit out of it.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Rush on video, live concert, and I think the songs they took more of a life on that live thing than it was on the album for me. The album was a little more clinical, like the production was a little sterile for me at the time. Like Will said, the remaster is a nice improvement on it. So, but I mean, Hold Your Fire is a little bit more in a lower echelon of Rush albums for me. So, like I said, I was disappointed on the time of release. So, but I didn't give up on Rush. Like somebody did. I stuck with them. So that's Hold Your Fire for me.
Yeah, my mom took me to that show at the LA Forum, where I saw a lot of Rush concerts at. Luckily, unfortunately, I didn't get to see the last concert at the LA Forum. But I saw that. She took me with my date, dropped me off. And then I saw a friend there who got me into Rush. I go, "Oh, dude, you're at the Rush show." He goes, "Yeah, we're waiting for my mom to pick us up after the concert." I think Tommy Shaw opened up for that on the Ambition.
He did on that tour, yes.
Yeah, that was a great show too. So I got to see Tommy Shaw, but that was a great show, man. And that started my love for Rush, wanting to see them live every time they came out until I got broke. So we'll get into the next album on that. But I'll be right back.
Our next album, we are finishing off the 80s with Presto. Yeah. Presto's another movement getting away from the keyboards. Is that correct? Am I correct about that? Or the keyboards?
Yeah, no, you could say that. There's
still plenty of keyboards on there, but
there is, yeah.
I think Alex is taking a little more of a prominence. He's starting to veer back. But go ahead, Will. Go ahead.
Yeah,
no. Andy, you're good. Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. Yep.
No, Presto is a unique record. You know what? It's one of my favorites, actually. Lyrically, absolutely brilliant. The songs on here, Show Don't Tell, the live version of Show Don't Tell, the live version on different stages kicks ass.
Kicks ass, man.
Yeah, it does. It's one of my favorite tracks. It's really obscure track. Not a lot of people wouldn't recognize it or know it.
I wish they had more Presto tracks on that live album.
Yeah, me too. That absolutely love it. Chain Lightning, The Pass, Warpaint, Scars, Presto. Scars has a really unique bass line and African sort of beat to it. Very catchy. Presto, the song. I love that song, and I love what they did with Presto. And I think it was the Time Machine tour, what they did with that and extended the ending. And this is what I love about Rush. They perfect their songs live, and they take it to that next level. They're very much a live band. So Presto is a great song in the studio. They did even more with it in the live version. Superconductor, side 2. Great song. Anagram for Mongo. Very unusual title, but an interesting song. Red Tide. Red Tide, again, if you're looking for talking about Rush songs that have meaning today from the 80s, everything Neil's talking about in that song, Lover's Pause, there's a great line. Lover's Pause to find an open store. The red tide washes ashore, like just destruction of the environment and disease and AIDS. He's talking about AIDS and everything that's going on at that time, but it's so relevant in today's world. Hand Over Fist and Available Light. that is a really unique piece. Available light, soft, and then it picks up. Again, this album has a lot of balls. Unfortunately, the mix is a bit weak, not as weak as, say, Hold Your Fire, but I think with the right remaster or the right EQ, if you listen to this,
I think it needs a remix.
I think it does too.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of my favorite records, and the tour was fantastic. I mean, what's not to like? You got giant bunny rabbits on the stage, and I think they carried those bunnies for the next tour, if I'm not mistaken. They brought them out.
all the way up until Counterparts.
What's that?
All the way, they took the bunnies all the way until Counterparts tour.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
So the next three tours, they had the bunnies there.
You're right. Yeah, exactly. But I remember the tour itself was very impressive, and it's funny, they did I think it was people had an issue with Scars. They did a medley where I think they played Xanadu. Correct me if I'm wrong, Al. They played Xanadu, and then they went right into Scars. And I don't know if you remember that this tour. I think it was the closing medley, and people were upset about it because it was like, well, Xanadu. You go from Xanadu to
they went from Xanadu to it wasn't Scars. They went into Superconductor.
Was it Superconductor? That's right. That's right. Yeah. And it was an unusual twist. And I remember hearing that. And I was like, okay, I like that. I think that's kind of different. It's kind of neat. But I know a lot of people didn't like that for whatever reason. But, overall, I love this record. And it's one of my favorites. And lyrically, this speaks to you big time. Neil is just all over this. Each song has its own theme. It's just really, really good record. I can't say enough about it. And like I said, it with the right mix and EQ or whatever you need to do, sounds really good. One of my favorites. Great way to close out this decade. A lot of people, here's what I'm going to say about that, because in the 90s, we'll get to that, but when they returned to hard rock, I think a lot of people that left in this decade in the 80s, they missed out on that return. So the people that wanted that hard rock rush sound, they missed out on certain records coming up that we're going to talk about because they departed, So they actually missed out until maybe later in the late 90s, give or take. So anyway, one of my favorites.
Mark, the last album of the 1980s, Presto.
Yep. And I saw this concert twice, 2 days in a row at the LA Forum. And I was working at In-N-Out Burger, and I went the first day, and I wanted to go the second day because it was so good. So I went and bought tickets. I told my friend Victor, said, you got to go see Rush with me. You've never seen Rush. And he goes, I don't even know who Rush is. I go, you know Tom Sawyer, don't you? He goes, yeah. So, well, come see Rush with me. I got the ticket, man. And I said, just remember, when you're in the concert, everybody's going to be air drumming, dude. And he goes, no, not everybody's going to be air drumming. And he went up there and he looked at me, dude, everybody's air drumming. I go, yes, everybody's air drumming, like I told you. Because I went 2 days in a row. It's the only band that I saw 2 days in a row live. And it was amazing. And this is one of the best shows I've seen, besides other shows I've seen after. But The Past, one of the best songs they even said they wrote. Fucking great. Scars, Presto, Show Don't Tell, that drum. It's like, it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's like this. I'm not going to go too much into this because we're long-winded right now. This album rules. That's all I'm going to say. And this is the last vinyl I have. So anybody has any 90s Rush vinyl, 2000s vinyl, I need them. Thank you.
Ow. Well, how do you think they closed out the 80s with Presto?
Well, after the disappointment I had for Hold Your Fire, I was kind of anticipating this one. I was like, obviously, when you're a Rush fan, you're always curious where they're going to go next. That's the beauty of Rush. You were always curious You know, what am I going to do? What are they going to do? You know? So I remember seeing MTV used to have this, they used to have this half hour by the late 80s. They had this half hour format, sometimes an hour format too, called Hard 30 or Hard 60, where they would show hard rock videos for like half hour or an hour.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah, they had that. It only lasted maybe a year or two or whatever, but it was just a block of videos. They would show like a hard rock or like, you know, heavy stuff.
Yeah.
But I remember they were premiering the Show Don't Tell video on there, and I remember seeing it. And you know, I gotta admit, man, I was like, dude, Alex is back, man. He sounds great. You know, it starts off like, you know, a little like percussion little thing, and then it just fucking slams in like you know, and I was like, dude, Alex is like, he's kicking ass again, you know. So I mean, I went out and I bought it on the day of release, but the big anticipation for this album was I was finally driving. Me and some of my friends were driving, so we were like, we're gonna go see Rush if it fucking kills us, you know. I remember we bought 2 shows and we went to 2 back-to-back concerts. We went to I remember it was April 20th, 1990, Meadowlands, New Jersey. Then we went 2 days later, Nassau Coliseum in Long Island, New York. And that's a trek. That's a bit of a trek from New Jersey, but it was cool because it was on a Sunday, and I had a big 79 Cadillac at that time. It was my first car.
Oh, yeah?
And it was me and 3 other of my friends. We piled in the car, and we had a cooler with like beers and stuff, even though we weren't of age to drink yet. But we trekked up to Nassau Coliseum in Long Island, New York, and it was the second show. I mean, the first show I was blown away, and I had to see 2 shows, you know, in succession to make up for lost time. So I went to 2 shows that tour, and blown away, man. I was just like, me and my friends were just like, I remember the first concert in New Jersey we went to, my friend had a van, so it was probably like 8 of us that went in a van, and we went, you know, to the arena. Did the usual, you know, your tailgate, your party, you know, concerts were events back in those days, you know, and it's especially a Rush concert. It seemed like such an event. Everybody would just gather, and you know, people you didn't know, you heard them playing a certain song out of their car, and like, yo, dude, that's a fucking great song, whatever, man, you know, and such fond memories. So that was my first tour that I saw them on, and they didn't disappoint me, and like Will said, the Rabbits were like really cool part of the stage show. Diving into the songs, I'm just going to talk about one song in here. There was maybe like a couple years later, probably in like 1994. I was at the lowest point in my life emotionally. So let's just say if it wasn't for the past and me revisiting that song and really like listening to the lyrics, that maybe I might not even be here today, and maybe rethink certain things of what I wanted to do, stuff that wouldn't have been reversible, and that's the power of Neil's lyrics. He was enough to like speak to me, to really kind of talk me out of it, and I'm grateful for him for that, and that's why I love this band so much. It just, you know, people accuse Neil of being like, sometimes his lyrics are cold and calculated, and I think they just don't even know what the hell they're talking about. You know, they just read reviews of like reviewers hated Rush or whatever, so they just tended to be sheep and went along with that. I mean, when you really want to just really get into it and really read into the lyrics, okay, maybe the 70s stuff, bit sci-fi, bit nerdy, whatever. You know, we were kids, we loved that stuff. He really matured into like a great lyricist by this point. He was a master lyricist, in my opinion. You know, and he saved my life, dude. He really did. So there's no ifs, ands, or buts around it. I'm not looking for any sympathy or anything like that from anybody. It was my own that I found it, and he spoke to me and got me out of my funk. So that's the last thing I'm gonna say on it. So Presto holds a place in my heart, special place. So and they really after seeing them in concert, I got pulled back into Rush full fandom again after kind of being a little bit away with Hold Your Fire. I wasn't away that long, maybe a year or two, but I was back in full force with these guys after seeing them live in concert and listening to this album. So that's Presto for me.
Another thing with Presto, I was in my car waiting to go into the movie theater to watch Back to the Future 3 at that time. So you know how much I love Back to the Future movies. Awesome.
Great movies, man. Love those movies.
So we're moving into the 90s with Roll the Bones, an album that I do have on CD.
I have it on CD too.
To me, it was a big change in sound, and the way that they were displaying their sound, which was, a surprise, but also good at the same time. I really enjoyed Roll the Bones. Will, what do you think about this album?
Yeah, Roll the Bones is interesting. 1991 it was released, so I'm in college at this point. I can think right back to driving in my friend's car to a party, and we were playing that on cassette. And just, it's funny how these albums take me right back to a specific point in time, like a lot of music,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing to me. Roll the Bones. There's some great stuff on there. Now the production of the CD, I don't have the LP, but the production of the CD was a bit weak at that time. I don't know about.
I believe that's the whole Rupert Hine way of producing, because he produced Presto and Roll the Bones, and he had his production style. He produced bands like The Fix and like things like that, and those albums tended to be thin sounding albums.
I love The Fix. I didn't think The Fix were thin sounding. Red Skies at Night, Running.
Well, I mean, they're not heavy albums though.
Well, they're not heavy, but they were good.
I'm talking about he's more of a kind of a pop
True.
producer. So he was to me, his production style didn't really fit Rush all that well. But anyway, the music kind of outshone a little bit of the production. But anyway, continue, Will.
Yeah, no, you're right, Alden. It seemed a bit tinny for Rush. I expected more of a heavier mix. It seemed a bit like it was recorded in a tin can. It felt that way. That being said, it's a great record. There's some excellent lyrics, some great songs. Dreamline, Bravado, brilliant. A lot of these were done live, and still, as Rush progressed through the years, they did a lot of these songs live, and there were big hits for them in the live presentation. Like I said, Dreamline, I can think back to that being played live. It was a great show opener, or second set opener. Bravado, really great song live, usually an extended bit of a jam in it. Roll the Bones is a classic. They did it for many years, right up to R40, which is very cool, with the different celebrities that they brought into the rap mix in R40, or excuse me, in Roll the Bones in the R40 tour. Face Up, interesting song. Where's My Thing? Gangster. So part 4 of the Gangster Abodes trilogy, which is very interesting.
It's the humorous side of them.
What's that?
It's the humorous side of them.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. But still a good song, and I believe they did it live, Clockwork tour, if I'm not mistaken. It was an epic presentation. I remember that. Side 2, The Big Wheel, Heresy, Ghost of a Chance, brilliant song.
Oh, yes, Ghost of a Chance. That's right.
Yeah. Ghost of a Chance, excellent. Neurotica, Bet Your Life. This album has a lot of good jamming on it and interesting music. It's Roll the Bones is an album that I'll always appreciate, and I'll throw it on every now and then just to hear it. Lyrically, brilliant. Neil's got it going on. He's so many different viewpoints in this. And I'll say Ghost of a Chance, there was a live version of that got released as an extra track on some, I think it was one of the retrospective packages, if you recall. That live version, is amazing. Alex kicks ass on that. He does a bit of a solo at the end, and it's almost grungy in many ways. It's really good. If you haven't heard that, check that out, because I remember that specifically. But yeah, you know what? There's nothing bad to say about Roll the Bones other than maybe the production. But like I said, it's a timepiece for me. You know, it's a time capsule. So I really like it.
Mark, what's your take on Roll the Bones?
I fucking love this record. I don't hear the thin production on this at all. I'm like a big new waver, so maybe because I like the Fix, I like Depeche Mode, like Duran Duran. So this was like they're mixing Rush with new wave on this album, and I thought this was brilliant. I love Dreamline, that guitar, and then it goes dun dun dun. You know, it's freaking bravado. Ghost of a Chance is a fucking great fucking song. Great lyrically by Neil Peart. You Bet Your Life is like a great ender on this album. I like this album. It's a freaking great record. I like Rupert Hine. He produced some great Fix albums, so. I had no problem with this album at all. I played this profusely and still play this all the time. So I love this record.
He produced Saga too, which was really good.
Yeah, he produced Saga too. Yeah, really great. I think he's a great underrated producer, in my opinion.
Oh, well, I guess I'll go now.
Oh,
yep. Your turn.
His production style was, bottom end wise, could have been a bit meatier, but he did have a nice clarity in his production style, though. I mean, you could hear everything crystal clear on these two albums, on Presto and Roll the Bones. So again, Roll the Bones, I anticipated this album very highly. Couldn't wait for them to go on tour so I could see them again. They played 2 nights at Madison Square Garden, so I went back to back.
Oh, did you? Wow.
Yeah.
Nice. I missed this tour.
Great tour, man. I mean, the set list on this tour was great. They did a great medley at the end of the show, I remember. And they threw in like some really old nuggets like Anthem and things like that, stuff that they hadn't played in years. And I was dying to hear like some of that old stuff live, being that I was like a newcomer to seeing them live, The album-wise, I think, in my preference, I think I tend to like Presto a little more. This album was a little bit more of a step down for me. But the highs on this album are great. I mean, Dreamline is a classic. Bravado is a classic. I was never big on Roll the Bones. I thought it's kind of cool that they experimented a bit with the hip-hop thing, but I'm glad they started and stopped there, to be honest. It's a catchy tune, and I can see why they played it for tours, after this. But if they enjoyed it, then more power to them. Face Up was okay, Where's My Thing? It was kind of cool to have them get back and do an instrumental again because they hadn't done one in since YYZ. So it's been like it was a decade before they would do an instrumental again. So it's kind of cool to hear that, and it was pretty funky, pretty funky for 3 white guys from Canada. I remember taping the world premiere of this album on the radio, very much anticipating it. And then there was I used to love the rock lines when they used to do rock line. I don't know if you guys
Bob Coburn,
and
Bob Coburn, right?
I mean, I think starting with Hold Your Fire, I think I started listening to them do rock lines and stuff, and they were so humorous, like talking about the albums and stuff like that. It was great, like to hear that stuff, and they would do like an album track by track, for the album, which they were releasing. So I actually like Neurotica. I think that's a cool
interview CD here.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh wow!
I actually love Neurotica on this album. A lot of people think it's a weak track. I think it's a
great song.
That's a good song.
Very catchy. I was never big on You Bet Your Life. I thought that was one of the more weaker closers. I liked Available Light on the previous album. I thought that was an awesome closer of an album. I think this one was a little bit of a step down. Again, pound for pound, I picked Presto over this one, but the tour was fantastic. And again, like when, ever since Hold Your Fire, I mean, even Presto, when that was released, it was kind of like Show Don't Tell was cool. Alex was kind of back. But then after listening to the album, again, his guitar wasn't thick in that. And I was always just kind of expecting Alex to really come back with a fury on his guitar. And then Rollerbones kind of continued. He's almost there. He's almost there. He's almost there. He's just not quite there. But sonically live, they were much heavier, and they breathed new life into these songs live. So I think it took him. Seeing them live was much more. The album track sounded better live than on the album.
Yeah.
During this era. So that's Rollerbones for me. It does bring fun memories. I mean, I was just out of high school. I graduated in '90. So I was out of high school. I was, getting into the real world. And this album, when this came out, I played this album constantly on cassette in my car. I had a nice Alpine stereo in my guitar and my car by this point. So
inside the Cadillac.
I just got a Cavalier, so I got a sports car.
Oh, I used to have a Cavalier.
I had an Alpine system put in there with subwoofers and all that shit.
Yeah.
So all this
I had a 4-door.
All this stuff was sounding awesome, So, even though it was a thin production, having the 12-inch subwoofers and having a crossover.
Oh yeah, it sounded amazing. That's what I had.
I can dial the bass up a bit more, and it pounded, man. So
I had this EQ amp too that I could put up to. Yeah.
So that's Rollerbones for me.
I've got Excite videos on, and they're showing Limelight by Rush.
Oh wow, that's funny.
As we're doing this. Now we move on to Counterparts. This is an album that Will and I dropped the needle to a few months ago, which was pretty cool because I was not familiar with Counterparts. So
oh wow.
Will introduced it to me. Go ahead, Will, and talk about Counterparts.
This is when all the old heads came back.
Exactly. Exactly right. Counterparts. I got it on vinyl. This is
I'm so jealous.
This is hard to find.
Is that the original vinyl or the repress?
No, that's the original. That's the original.
It's a hard one to find.
I'm looking for everything from Roll Your Bones on up.
Yeah.
I have an original Roll the Bones on vinyl, but I don't have Counterparts. I need to get that. I have the repress on vinyl, but not the original one.
Yeah, no, this is the original. This is probably the last.
That was the last one on vinyl.
Exactly.
You had to get an import of that too.
What's that? Sorry.
The Roll the Bones and Counterparts, you had to get them on import on vinyl. Yeah. By that time, the U.S. wasn't printing their vinyl up anymore.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly, and I've got it on CD and digital, obviously. But no, this is what I was talking about earlier about the '80s stuff. When everybody left, they missed out on this record because the fans that left in the '80s because they didn't like the synth stuff. When Rush came back hard and heavy on this record, they missed out on this. So Counterparts is not well known, and it's a heavy record, and it's a great record. Also, one of my first CDs that I bought too, and I could be wrong, but it might be the first. It was 1993 when this was released. It might be the first Rush release on CD as well. When CDs were first starting.
No, you had CD. I had CDs way before this.
Yeah, Hold Your Fire. Hold Your Fire. When I was first,
I had Hold Your Fire. I had Grace Under Pressure. I had Moving Pictures. I had all those.
That's what it is. Okay. Yeah. But no, the album itself is amazing. It's got heavy stuff. Animate, Stick It Out, Cut to the Chase, Nobody's Hero. Great song. Between Sun and Moon. Excellent tribute to Keith Moon. Alien Shore. There's so much going on in this record. It's like I said, it's heavy guitar based rock, and bass and drums. There's very minimal keyboards. There's a little bit in the mix, but not a huge amount. Double Agent, excellent song. Double Agent is a really unique song.
Oh my
I really
God.
enjoy that song. Leave That Thing Alone, Cold Fire. Cold Fire is an excellent rocking song. I'm actually surprised it didn't get more radio. Maybe
it got plenty of radio play in my area, in the New York
Really?
area.
Really?
Yes,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I always expected to hear it here in the Canadian market, but they never played it, and I was always surprised. I wanted to hear it. I thought it would, get more play. Everyday Glory also. This is a really good record, and I really like it. Not just because it's the return to heavy rock Rush. It's just a well produced record. It's got a great kick to it. Lyrically, also a really good record. There's a lot of interesting stuff on there. The songs are different. Each song is different, speaks to an overarching theme. It's one of my favorite records, and very grungy. For '93, it had a very heavy sound. I think they were heading into a new, kind of a new era here with this one, and it's an excellent record. Excellent record.
So will you talk about how heavy this is compared to what they were playing for the last 10 years before this? Did it surprise you about how heavy Counterparts was?
It didn't surprise me because it just felt like a return to basics, really, for Rush. After the synth period in the 80s, it felt like we were coming home again. And I loved that 80s Rush, as I mentioned. But it just felt like we were coming home. Like Roll the Bones was a warm-up, and Roll the Bones was a great record. And it just felt like a warm-up to this record. And it really pounded it home on this one. And that's just kind of how I feel. It just sounds great. It's a sonically excellent record. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah. You can hear everything very clear. As I said earlier, it's well produced. All the instruments are front and center. It's just a really cool record. And it has that Rush sound, that heavy Rush sound, and it's from almost like an 80s feel, but it's got a grunge, early 90s grungy feel to it as well. That's the way I would say it.
Mark, what's your take on Counterparts?
Well, the thing is, I think Peter Collins told Alex and the band, hey, I want heavy Rush. Put away that shit. Put away the keyboards. I want you to play riffs. I want to hear riffs on this, is what I heard in interviews from this. That Peter Collins said, hey, guys, let's get away from the 80s. Let's get back to old guitar-driven Rush. And this is what this album did. It's freaking another album cover counterparts, a screw and a bolt. They're counterparts, right? And it's like little Pac-Mans on the back too. Pretty cool. But Anime, freaking Stick It Out, freaking Alien Shore, Double Agent. It's like the weirdest Rush, heavy freaking weird Rush song I've ever heard in my life. And it works. It just like, who's talking? And is that not Geddy talking in that song? Is it?
Yeah,
Who's the one talking? It's Geddy doing that talking. Yeah. It's no highs. It's just straight talking.
Which song are you talking about again?
Double Agent. When he goes,
yeah, that's Geddy. That's
Geddy talking.
Yeah.
Damn, it just doesn't sound like Geddy. It's just like Leave That Thing Alone. Great instrumental. Cold Fire. Everybody. The weakest song on this album is Nobody's Hero to me, but it's still a good song. But I love this album.
Al, Counterparts.
All right, so a local radio station here in New Jersey that's still around today. I remember they were going to premiere a new single by Rush, which was "Stick It Out." So I waited anticipating the song. And man, I got to tell you, when I heard that opening riff, I was like, finally, Alex is fucking back with a vengeance. Heavy, just heavy, dude. And I was just like, I'm all in, man. I am all in. Not that I was out on the previous albums, but it was just always that, like, I was kind of just, Alex, you got to get a little more heavier. You got to get a little more heavier. And this one, he didn't disappoint me, man. And I went out and bought the CD on the day of release. It was released on the same day as Pearl Jam's Versus album.
Oh, wow, really?
Because of that, this ended up being their highest charting album. It charted at number 2 on the Billboard charts. I think it would have hit number 1 had it not been for Pearl Jam, because at that time, Pearl Jam was at a whole, they were like supernova. They were like the most popular probably band at the time, you know.
The Versus was really good.
Yeah, and Versus is a great album. So I remember I bought those 2 albums on that same day, the 2 CDs. Anyway, Animate, Stick It Out, Cut to the Chase, one of the greatest Alex solos I think he ever laid down the tape. It's just so fluid, and so reminds me of Eric Johnson for some reason, that solo. Ironically, Eric Johnson toured with them on the Roll the Bones tour. I didn't see them. They didn't open up the shows that he didn't open up the shows that I saw, but Eric Johnson did tour with them on that Roll the Bones tour. Nobody's Hero is a great song. Between Sun and Moon, great. Alien Shore, always loved it. I mean, there's not a dud track for me on this album. I played the hell out of this album, and to this day, I still reach for 90s and beyond Rush. I reach for this album very often.
Oh, wow.
The bottom end, the alternative era really kind of rubbed off on Rush, because a lot of those alternative bands were citing Rush as an influence anyway. So it was kind of a reverse kind of thing. Like, you know, Rush, like they said themselves, they're sponges. They always like to listen to the new sounds of the day. And, you know, they were always influenced by and evolving with stuff that was going on around them. And, you know, they could play rings around like a lot of these grunge bands, but they took the heaviness and the production style and really brought it home. And really, like, the heaviness of this album has a lot to do with Kevin Shirley, who engineered the album. And supposedly the story is that he wanted Geddy to stop playing his bass through like the board, the mixing board, and plug into an actual amp again. He fished out some amp peg that was in the garbage and was basically blowing up when you turned it on. And he said, "Hey, play through this thing." And Geddy went back to the jazz bass, I think, on this album. And I mean, his bass literally kicks ass on this album, man. I mean, the sound of it. This is the sound that I love. Him and Alex went back to using double coil, you know, humbucker pickups, so his sound got thick again. And obviously Neil's drumming and the lyrics are still phenomenal on this album. I thought the drum sound of this album was much improved as well. Really had a lot of meat to it. And again, I went to go see him twice on this tour, and they kicked ass, man. You know, they were like really sonically, like they were showing the big boys how it was done. You know, they were showing the new guys how it was done, really. And just fond memories of this time period. You know, driving around in my car, man, blasting the CD. Yeah, that's really it, man. I mean, Counterparts, one of my favorite post-90s Rush album.
Oh, wow.
You know, like I said, man, I reach for it very often. So Peter Collins, you know, I mean, they came back to him after doing the 2 albums of Rupert Hine, and I think Peter Collins, because he had produced in the interim, he produced Queensryche, he produced Suicidal Tendencies.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that has to do him coming back, him probably getting Rush back into a heavier sound as well.
Because of what he was working on as well.
And I think Rush themselves, I think they really want to go back to that power trio format. You know, I think they dabbled in the keyboards long enough, and, you know, I remember reading interviews that they sonically, like the Presto and Roll the Bones were not satisfying to them. They really wanted something that sounded live, you know, and, you know, Counterparts really, I think that was the best produced 90s Rush album. Actually, I think that's the best produced Rush. And for me, if you're going production-wise, it's a top 5 for me production-wise.
Wow.
So, love Counterparts. That brought me really back in. Like, I was like, Alex is back. This whole band is kicking ass again. So, yeah.
Yeah. I know Geddy was excited to get away from the keyboards too, because he felt
and so was Alex.
Yeah, exactly. Certain level of freedom to get away from the keys, because he was kind of stuck there.
Yeah.
You know, so he was able to actually get back on the bass and move around, that sort of thing, move around the stage.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And from there,
Everyday Glory is a great closer on this album. After Roll the Bones with You Bet Your Life, which I wasn't very fond of, this was a great closer of an album again. I always look at album closers and openers, and these two had a great book. This was a great book-ended album. Reanimate opening it, Everyday Glory closing it, was a great, opener and closer to me. So,
yeah, I love a really good book and album. And from there we move on to Test for Echo.
Great album cover on that one.
And there's the cover. Will, what do you think about Test for Echo?
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Yeah. Great. It's a great record. I don't have it on vinyl. I'm not even sure it was released on vinyl.
I don't think it was.
No. But it's a great sounding record. As Al said, the cover's awesome. 1996, and this is the last record before the tragedies. So this was the bookend for Rush in the 90s, and it was after this that the tragedies took place in Neil's life, and Rush went on a 5-year hiatus. So Test for Echo, I remember when it came out, I played it a lot when I was driving to work, and where I live, I drive through a lot of kind of forest area on my way down to the office. So it kind of fit with that because it had a very unique cover, a lot of forest type setting, and outdoor stuff, and the lyrics too within the songs. Just had a really great feel to it. Test for Echo is an excellent song, Driven. That really showcases Geddy's bass playing. Half the World, another great song. Color of Right, Time and Motion, probably one of my favorite Rush songs for sure. Really love the lyrics in that and the feel. Totem, Dog Years, Virtuality, really interesting song with lyrics around the whole internet, the surfacing of the internet and the dial-up days, and a lot of people didn't necessarily like the lyrics of that song, but it's very relevant for that period of time. Net boy, net girl, that sort of stuff. I thought it was really interesting because for me, I was part of that. So I remember those days with dial-up and all that shit.
Oh yeah.
You guys are close to my age, so you went through it. Excuse me. Resist, brilliant song. And when they did the acoustic version on the R30 tour, also brilliant. Yeah, really unique variation on that. Limbo, instrumental. Carve Away the Stone. It's just a good sounding record. Again, excellent Rush record. Lyrics, production value, really good. Musicianship, really, really good. And like I said, it was at this point when this came out, we didn't know at the time that this was it for a while, for 5 years. We did not know the Rush would not be back. So, we held on to this record. It probably got more listens than a lot of the Rush records because only just based on a timeline. So we didn't think the Rush would be back. We didn't really know what was going on until a few years later. So then they came back in 2002, which we'll get to. But I have a special place for this one in my memory. So I like it very much.
Mark, Test for Echo.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. And the lyrics for Test for Echo, they're talking about reality TV. Before reality TV was even reality TV.
Yeah.
It's kind of, he's ahead of the time, we're talking about gangster boys and freaking courtrooms and stuff before that came out. And it's like, I didn't know this album came out. I was just in Best Buy. I always went to Rush to see what's going on. I go, oh, whoa, a new Rush album. Shit, I bought this, and then I bought freaking that last Skid Row album with Sebastian Bach at the same time. What was that? It was
Subhuman Race.
Subhuman Race. I bought both these at the same day. And I listened to Subhuman Race, and then I listened to this more. I love Subhuman Race, but this album was like driven out that the bass line gets going. Alex driving at the guitar, Carve Away the Stone. Great fucking track. This is a fucking solid album. I loved it, and I didn't know this. I didn't know anything that was going on. I wasn't on the internet at this time. I didn't get to the internet to 2001, so I was late to the game. I did have dial-up in 2001, so I know what you mean. You know, you got mail. You know, I got that in 2001. I didn't know about the internet till after, but it's a great album.
Al, what's your take on Test for Echo?
Yeah, so I had a company I worked for at the time. We had internet. We had just gotten the internet probably like around 95. So we were in the early stages of the internet, dial-up and all that stuff. And I remember there used to be like, you know, the little chat rooms.
Yeah.
And there used to be a thing called the National Midday Sun. Was like a very early Rush kind of a bulletin board type of thing. It was one of those where you'd write out, you'd email like a thread or something, and then it's like a text thing that people will like, you know, respond to your question or whatever. So that was kind of like the early days of like kind of interacting with like other Rush fans. So anyway, I remember talk about this album was going to be released, so the name of it was going to be Test for Echo. So then went out and bought it on release day. I remember the local radio station here in New Jersey, again, they played Test for Echo, the title song, as the premiere single for the album. And I dug it. I was like, oh, you know, they're still kind of continuing. And it gets heavy and everything. Like, Alex is still high in the mix there. Got the CD. And I loved it, man. I was really played it, man, a lot that year. And I went to go see them twice on a tour. That was the first tour they did an evening with format where they had no opener. So they played 2 sets, which was great. They were playing like 3 hours. They played all of 2112, which was like, that was like a mind fuck for me. I thought I'd never hear that full version of the album of that song. And then Natural Science. I mean, hearing that was like total eargasm. You know, one of my favorite songs off of Permanent Waves. That tour was like incredible. I mean, seeing them do 2 sets, man, with no opener. I mean, really digging out deep tracks and playing these full length, you know, songs and stuff like that. Kind of cutting out the medleys and doing that stuff. The tour was a highlight for me. I love the album too. But like in these later years, I kind of feel that the album has not aged well that well with me. I don't revisit this album that very much. You know, Dog Years, Virtuality. The lyrics are dated on certain songs. I understand, like, you know, it was about the internet, that boy and that girl. I think it wasn't Neil at his best. Totem is a great track. Color of Right was one of my favorites on this album, actually. I really like that one a lot. Time and Motion kind of harkened back to the progressive Rush, like a Prague. It was like a real proggy type of song. Cool time signatures in there. So, Driven, very, very solid song. But I don't feel like I revisit this album very much. I should probably pull it out again and listen. It's been quite a few years since I really like listened to it. So, but to me, Counterparts blows this album away for my.
Oh, wow.
I agree with you. Counterparts is a far superior album.
It's better than this one. So, again, like Will said, we didn't know that this was going to be the last thing for them for a while. So, they kind of, after the tour ended, it started a dark period in this band's history. So, was this going to be the last album? We didn't know, man. You know, so we ended up getting different stages, which was kind of like nice to get, you know, And a lot of the songs that they on different stages from here sound great. You know, I love that live album. I mean, to me, that's become one of my favorite Rush live albums, actually. And Test for Echo, though, again, to me, that album, in the grand scheme of every Rush album, it sits a little lower in the lower part of their discography for me nowadays. You know, whereas in the beginning, when I first got New Rush, it was always exciting and everything.
Yeah.
Did the hell out of it. But then it kind of like, when you revisit it, it's like, oh, you know, they could have did better. They've had better efforts. So that's my opinion anyway. So there you go.
So y'all talked about the Lethe stop that was going on because of the tragedy that was going on with Neil Peart and his family. And then after a few years, we get Vapor Trails.
Yeah.
Vapor Trails comes out.
Yeah.
And I do have to admit, the last three albums I really know nothing about.
Wow.
So I will be happy to hear what you three have to say about the next three. So go for it, Will. We're at Vapor Trails.
Yeah, Vapor Trails. 2002, when the CD first came out, everybody was super excited because it was the return to Rush after 5 years hiatus, tragedies. Nobody thought Neil would come back. The fact that he did come back, you know, and recorded a record and then went on tour, absolutely astounding. And he wrote a book during that time called Ghost Rider, talked about his tragedies and his journey, his traveling and healing through that process after losing both his family members. All of that anger and frustration and everything he experienced went into that record. And the production, a lot of people had serious concerns about the production of Vapor Trails. And then the remix came out a number of years ago, a number of years later. I don't remember exactly when it came out, but it was like a few years ago. And it's a completely different mix. I personally prefer the original version because it's muddy and it's grungy and it's aggressive and I like it. And I think it really speaks to what went on at that time. But is it a perfect record sonically or musically? Maybe not. The remix, I think, is probably a better mix. I've listened to both, but I really kind of go back to the original release in 2002. It opens with Neil pounding away on the drums. One Little Victory. What a great return. Yeah, it's clean right into Neil pounding away on the drums. It goes right into that song. What a great way to open the record, regardless of what version you're into. You know what? Like I said, there's some excellent tracks on that record. And actually, hang on, I'll get the track list. Yeah, One Little Victory, as I mentioned. Ceiling Unlimited, Ghost Rider, again, ties into his journey and his books, or his book around his healing. Peaceable Kingdom, Stars Look Down. A lot of tracks on this. There's 13 tracks on this record. How It Is, performed live for the first time in the R40 tour. Vapor Trail, excellent song. Secret Touch, Earthshine, another excellent song. Sweet Miracle, Nocturne, Freeze, and Out of the Cradle. And Freeze is actually track 12, part of the Fear trilogy, or the Fear sequence of songs. There's some really good songs on here, and the ones they chose to do live on the Vapor Trails tour were really impressive. Musicianship was off the charts on that tour. I got to say, the guys were happy. I saw that tour in Toronto. The guys were super happy to come back. The audience was happy to see Rush back. Again, nobody knew that they would be back. And just seeing them on stage, there was a certain energy to that tour. I don't know if you guys saw that tour, but there was an energy seeing them live. They had it. The audience had it. It was amazing to see. It's hard to believe that it's been 20 years since that happened.
I know.
Just blows me away. But the album. Pardon me?
Oh no, just how much time flies by.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh God, like today is like the year that the drummer of Rolling Stones died. I go, that's been a year? I thought that was yesterday.
Right.
I was like, damn.
It's been a year?
It's been a year.
Wow. Can't believe that.
Crazy. But yeah, Vapor Trails is a very aggressive, painful record, you could say. But there's some amazing musicianship, regardless of the production of the original release. Whether you like it or not, there's some amazing playing on here. Excellent lyrics that speak to, Neil's pain and what he was going through and what he experienced. And there's some good stuff on here too, like How It Is, and there's some positive music on here as well and lyrics. So you know what, I like it. It's one of my favorites.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it really is, and I think more so not so much around the CD, but just the fact that Rush came back again. We didn't know that would happen, and it did, and it was amazing to see them play live, and that really opened up a new chapter for Rush up until recent events and everything in the last, their last tour and Neil passing and everything. But it kind of opened up a whole new chapter of Rush that nobody was expecting. So, and that's kind of why that record is special. And that,
awesome.
Yeah.
Mark, Vapor Trails.
Yeah, this is the first concert that I bought online. Ticketmaster online. Bought my tickets to the Forum again. I've seen that at Irvine Meadows and the Forum. The Forum is still there. Irvine Meadows is not there anymore. But the reason why they remixed this album, because it was brick-walled.
Yep.
It was brick-walled. And I didn't know. I love this. I had this when it first came out. I bought it. I loved it. And then when I finally heard the remix version, I compared them. They have longer interludes in this. They have longer guitar parts in this album compared to this album. I think the songs are longer on this version than this version, but I love them both. I have no qualms about both of them. I like the sound of this one better because I hate brick-walled albums. And even Getty said that they rushed it. Pardon the pun. They rushed it and they got it out quick, and they didn't do the production that they usually do on albums because they were so happy Neil was back. This is a great album, and my highlight on this album is Secret Touch and Ghost Rider. Those are my two favorite songs off this album. I love both versions. I'll listen to both of them right in a row. I love them both.
Al, your take on Vapor Trails?
Yeah, it was nice to, after the little stopgap, Getty had his solo album, which was kind of satisfied, a little bit of like the gap between Rush albums. When I heard they were working on this album, I had heard about it because I went to the first Rush convention up in Toronto in 2001. I don't know if you went to that, Will, or not, but
no, I didn't go.
I went to the very first Rush Con. I knew my wife was the one because I'd only been dating her 6 months, and I had asked her, "Do you want to go to Toronto? I love this band Rush. They're having a convention there." And she's like, "Yeah, let's go." So she went with me. Bless her heart. She was a trooper, but she doesn't hate Rush. She actually likes Rush. So, not hardcore as me, but she's went to every tour, like I said, besides the R30. Anyway, so there was one of them working on an album when we were at the convention in 2001. So the convention was like May of 2001. So this is pre 9/11 even. So I remember Eddie Trunk had premiered snippets of like 3 songs on his show before the album was even, probably 2 months or a month and a half before the album was even coming out.
Oh, wow.
Because they didn't even have full song. They wouldn't even, One Little Victory wasn't even out yet. They didn't have that out yet. But actually, I'm sorry. You know what? One Little Victory was the lead single. I think that had just been released. So, but the guy that he had on, I can't remember who he had on, but he had somebody on, and they played snippets of like Earthshine, Freeze, and one other song. I don't remember what it was. I remember taping it off the radio and playing these snippets over and over because I anticipated this album so much. And then another friend of mine calls me up. He's like, a month before the album was coming out, he's like, "You'll never guess, but I actually have the CD in my hand. I have a CDR burned copy of the advance of the album." A friend of his that worked for Guitar World magazine, they had gotten an advance of the album, and he burned his friend a copy of it. He was like, "You gotta really keep it low key, you know." And I swore my secrecy to him. I was like, he told me, "You can't share this with anybody," because I was getting a copy. I got a copy of it a month before the album was out, so I had heard it. I was hearing it already. I was blown away, and it was just great to have Rush back with an album, and great that they were back. Period. Yeah, One Little Victory, man, opening up with Neil, like with the double bass and all that. It's just a statement. Great statement that he's back. Ghost Rider, I always love that song lyrically. I mean, I know it's about his tragedies, but I love the music of it and everything. Earthshine was one of my favorites on here. I always like Nocturne. You know, Freeze, Out of the Cradle was great. That's a great album closer. So yeah, I mean, the brick walling was a disappointment to me too, though, because when you listen to the album and when you're getting halfway through the album, your ears are getting fatigued. It's like, yeah, it's like a sonic assault on your ears, man.
Yeah,
it's like I felt like I couldn't listen to the album from beginning to end. I had to take breaks, you know, as I listened to the album. Maybe 3 songs, then take a break and do something else and come back to it, whatever. The tour was phenomenal. I think I saw them 5 or 6 times on this tour.
damn.
I went to the opening night, Hartford, Connecticut. It was drivable. It was drivable from my place in New Jersey. Me and 4 other my friends, we all got tickets. We're gonna do a road trip. We went to the opening night in Hartford. I got tickets for the second night in Pennsylvania as well. So I went to the first 2 nights of the tour. The second night I took my wife to that one. So, but yeah, I got to see the first show of the tour. It was an emotional night. Them back on stage, and you felt it in the crowd. You felt it was electricity in there, man. It was no feeling. I think it's very well maybe the greatest Rush concert I ever went to. I mean, just the fact that they were back, the electricity of them being back, the crowd, like everybody was there for a purpose.
Just like everything.
And everything just came together that night, man. And just seeing Neil play again was, you know, I shed a tear, man. I was like, yes, you know, they're back, you know, and everything. So I have fond memories of this album too. And the tour was awesome. And like I said, I saw them 5 or 6 times. I went a bunch of times, and whatever area show was going on, I went to it. So I was just so glad that they were back. I wanted to just savor in and just like take in every show that I could, you know, that I could afford. And yeah, it was great, man. That's Vapor Trails for me, man.
Will, let's go with Snakes and Arrows, second to last studio album by the guys.
Snakes and Arrows, 2007. Yeah, this. You know what? I saw this tour twice. I saw Snakes and Arrows, and then 2008 they released Snakes and Arrows live.
I got that digital.
Yeah, and they toured on that. Yeah, and that was cool. I saw that tour as well. It was kind of cool. I think it was a shorter tour. I'm not sure, but you know what? I have a love-hate relationship with this record because I really like it, and I like what Neil was getting at, and he was discussing religion and Western and Eastern culture, and I thought it was a very interesting concept. And when it first came out, I didn't appreciate all of the songs, but like Faithless, I'll use that as an example. I couldn't get into it. I couldn't get into Faithless. That being said, there's some fantastic tracks on this record. Far Cry is a really good rocking song. Armor and Sword is a really good song. Working Them Angels is a big hit for sure. Larger Bowl, pretty cool song. Spindrift. Spindrift is a really interesting kind of proggy Rush song. I like it very much. The Main Monkey Business is one of the best Rush instrumentals.
Oh, yeah.
Seeing it live, absolutely amazing. Seeing them play that and they're so tight when they do it. It's just unbelievable to see that. They did it on the R40. They did it on Snakes, obviously Snakes Tour. Excellent song. The Way the Wind Blows, it's okay. Hope, beautiful acoustic piece from Alex Lifeson. Really showcases his talent on 12-string guitar. Really classic Alex. Faithless, as I mentioned, I wasn't completely thrilled with that song. And I felt as we got towards the end of the record, I felt like there was a bit of filler in this record. Bravest Face, I was okay with that. Good News First, it was okay. Malignant Narcissism is a really good song. And there's an interesting story behind that because Neil's main kit had been shipped off and all he had left was a practice kit. So when they recorded that, he was just messing around. And they kind of, him and Geddy were messing around and they recorded that bit. And then Alex sent his tracks in later after he heard that mix. So they put that song together. Excuse me. That's a really good instrumental. Really enjoy that. So it's funny. The last song is We Hold On. Again, I'm not completely sold on that particular song. And I feel like, for me, some songs that are amazing, and then there's some others that I just feel like didn't necessarily need to be on the record. But that's a personal opinion. But I think the stuff that I like is really amazing. But one thing I do like is the lyrical ideas of the record and the way he's looking at religion and belief and all the different angles of that. So I think that's quite interesting. Watching the Snakes and Arrows MVI CD that came out, Al, you might have that. Sure.
I do.
The documentary that came with it really gives you some good insight into the music and the songs and the lyrics or the songwriting. So it kind of gave me a new appreciation of some of the material. But again, I would give this record probably for me personally, it's a 6 out of 10.
Oh.
So,
Martin.
Yeah, I saw this tour at Irvine Meadows. I like the little videos they did with Doug and Bob McKenzie and South Park. It's pretty cool. And I love this fucking album. I love Spindrift, Far Cry, Larger Bowl. Love Bravest Face. I love the lyrics of this album. I think it's really cool. And this is the second best Russ producer of all time. Nick Rasalinix, if I said his name right behind Terry Brown.
Wow.
This guy is amazing. There's stories about him when I'll get into Clockwork Angels and talk about it that I heard. But I love this fucking album. I love the live album. I love the concert. I think this is a really great Rush album. There's even the songs you don't think they're great. Read the lyrics. It's like Put On Your Bravest Face, My God, I love this album. Spindrift, Main Monkey Business. Fucking great instrumental. It's a great album all around. I love it.
What's your take on their second to last album, Snakes and Arrows?
Yeah, man. Again, very anticipated. Going back to I'm having a brain fart right now. Vapor Trails, real quick. I remember before the album came out, me and a friend of mine, we made this website called rushpetition.com. You went on there and you can vote for your top 5 Rush songs that you wanted to hear live.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was cool. Anthem Records actually got a wind of that website, and we heard that the guys were actually looking at the website to get ideas for their set list. And
that is super cool, man.
Yeah, so we ended up being able to get tickets through Anthem Records, going back to the Vapor Trails tour. So I was guaranteed tickets in the first 5 rows. Now I paid for the tickets, obviously, but you didn't have to pay you just pay the face value of the ticket. You didn't pay all the fees, which is a cool perk.
Which is like almost $30, man.
Yeah, and then a nice perk with that is that we got backstage passes to meet Getty and Alex. So and that started on the Vapor Trails tour. Then it continued on to Snakes and Arrows. Again, Anthem Records hooked us up. Got to see them quite a few times on this tour too. Whenever they came through the area, I know they did 2 legs of the tour in 2007. Then they came back in 2008 after the live album kind of came out. So they kind of extended the tour, and love the set list. This is like one of my favorite set lists of their later tours. They brought back some really cool gems on this, on the Circumstances, Passage to Bangkok, a lot of the older songs. Speaking of the album, I like the album a lot. You know, Far Cry was a great first single for the album. Armor and Sword, I always loved that one. Working the Mange was a great song. I always loved Spindrift too. I remember they released that single to radio and it actually flopped. I got to hear it like once on a New Jersey station here, and then I never heard it again. So I heard like through the grapevine that it didn't do well at radio, that song. So but I love the song when they played it live. It was really cool, like visuals and really cool proggy Rush song. So Mean Monkey Business. I mean, it was like 3 instrumentals on this album.
Oh wow,
pretty awesome. Yeah, I mean, you got Mean Monkey Business, you got Alex Lifeson doing the acoustic Hope, and you got Malignant Narcissism. So that's 3 instrumentals on there. And like Will said, towards the end, the second half of the album, it starts dipping a little bit in quality, but I still enjoyed it very much. And production wise, like Mark said, Nick Raskulinecz, he did a pretty nice production job on this album. You know, it wasn't brick wall like Vapor Trails. You can, hear the instruments and stuff on here. So yeah, I enjoy this album. To me, I think this album sits in the middle tier of Rush albums for me. In the middle of the pack, but I enjoy it. And to be honest with you, I need to revisit it because I haven't listened to this album in quite a while. So I think I'll have to throw it on and check it out again.
All right, guys. Thank you for indulging with me on this. I know that we're over the 4-hour time, but we're talking about Rush.
It's Rush.
And really, I mean, you can't sell them short. This is what they deserve. They deserve a good show by fans that want to talk about it. So here we go. Last studio album by the guys. We're talking about Clockwork Angels. I've only heard this album one time. Mark had mentioned it early on when we first started doing podcasting together. And I did listen to it, and it's very impressive. But I haven't gone back to it. But, I've got so much to listen to. But I really did like it, and it is an album. Well, there's a lot of these albums that I do need to go back to. But I did like it, and to think that this was their goodbye to their fans and to the world. I'll touch on that a little bit later. Will, what is your take on Clockwork Angels, the last album by them?
Yeah, it's funny. Clockwork Angels is what a great way to go out. I mean, it's a beautiful Prague record. It's got an amazing story. There's a novel that goes with it. There's a graphic book that goes with it. There's 2 more books that continue the story. After the initial story of Clockwork Angels. It's funny, when it first came out, I bought my tickets, I bought the CD, and I bought the book all at the same time. And I listened to the book first. I wanted the full story, and the Clockwork Angels audio book was narrated by Neil Peart. So you got to hear the story in Neil's voice, which was very impressive. And it was written by, co-written by him and Kevin Anderson. Kevin J. Anderson, I believe, is the author. Who's done a lot of sci-fi work, a lot of sci-fi novels, Star Wars, Dune, other stuff. A couple of tracks, I believe. So I listened to the book first, I listened to the CD, and then I went to the tour. And what a great experience. And there's just the album itself, production-wise, fantastic. And it's our good friend Rick Bougie, forget his last name.
Rasculinets.
Thank you. Yep, he did the production and the mixing and everything. Great job. This album is pure Rush, storytelling, lyrically, musically. And what's interesting is that on this record also, the guys really started to improvise more, and especially Neil. Neil was very much the kind of person who would map out his drum parts, whereas in this record, he did a different approach, and I think he started to experiment a little bit that way with the previous record, and kind of improvise more. There's longer songs on this record. There's more playing by the guys on this record, and I think the producer really pushed them in that direction. And Neil was doing a lot of different things on this, like soloing within his parts, and doing different things that he wouldn't have done before, like doing drum rolls up the toms as opposed to down, like just interesting things like that. It's got some great tracks on it. Caravan, Brought Up to Believe, Clockwork Angels, The Anarchist, Carnies, Halo Effect, beautiful song. Seven Cities of Gold, The Wreckers, Headlong Flight, Brought Up to Believe 2, Some Well, and The Garden. And I mean, The Garden itself it's very strange how that song was written, because it's almost the closing piece and the last song of Rush, and Neil wrote those lyrics, and it's almost like he knew something was coming. Like, it's just a beautiful close to an amazing career. And the album itself, I think, is like a beautiful bookend to the career of Rush. Excellent record. And like I said, it takes a bit of time to get into it. It takes a bit of time to appreciate the songs and get into the story. But once you absorb the story, you really appreciate the record. And like I said, there's a couple more books out there that continue that story of the characters in this. It's a great sci-fi story. And musically, very impressive. There's some excellent riffing and work from Alex on here. Geddy, of course, is outstanding vocally and bass-wise. Really good record. I can't say a bad thing about this record. I think it's worth every minute.
Yeah.
So, did they announce that this was going to be their last one before it was released, or this is the way it just ended?
Happened.
Well, yeah. Mark, what's your take on Clockwork Angels?
This is my all-time favorite Rush album. I think they went out with a frickin' bang. Just listen to Headlong Flight. That song is Rush, all in one, with the drums. There's a little drum solo, a bass solo, guitar riffing. It's just amazing the way they are playing in that song. It's like they're just raw, but it's freaking there. It's like there's a story when Nick came into Snake and Arrows to be the producer. He went and saw Geddy and Alex up in Toronto, and they talked to him, and he said, well, he says, they didn't talk about music. They just talked about baseball. They talked about other stuff. And then they get a call, and they go, Neil wants to meet you. And then all they did was talk about life and politics and whatever with Neil. And then they said, give a call. And so you're going to produce the album. So he goes up there and says on Snakes and Arrows, Neil's in there like playing something. And Nick just runs out and says, hey, Neil, can you just go like this or do this tam-tam or do this, do that? And then he goes back in the thing and again, he goes, oh, you're in trouble now. Yeah. He says, I think Neil's going to like you. And then the next album, he comes in and Neil comes in and he says, hey, he gives him a wand, like a conductor's wand. He says, a baton. He says, now, he says, I want, before I do anything, you got to direct me with your wand, with your baton. And then Neil respected him because artists want to be told what to do. They don't want you to be kissing their ass. And they respected Nick, how he didn't kiss their ass. He went in there and told them what he wanted. And they respected him. This is the best produced, best album I've ever heard by Rush in my entire life. And it's their last album. And like you said, The Garden just ends it perfectly. It kind of brought a tear to my eye when you're talking about that. Every time I listen to the song, it just makes me cry because Neil knew what was going on somehow. Like he knew on other albums what was going on in the world. He knew what was going on with him and his band and him. This album just rules. I love it.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah.
Al, your take on their last album, Clockwork Angels.
Well, it's actually the first true Rush concept album. I mean, you could say people call 2112 Hemispheres, but those are sidelong suites. It wasn't really a concept album. This was really the first full-length concept album they ever really did. A lot of their albums, were tied together thematically, by certain themes,
Mm-hmm.
I could say Hold Your Fire had a theme of like time on it. Counterparts had a theme of like relationships on it. But this was like the first true Rush concept album. And I remember reading about this coming out, and I was like so like excited that Rush was finally coming back with like some sort of concept album, and it didn't disappoint me on this one, man. I got this and I was fully in. Like Will said, man, I got the book. I remember the tour before that they did Caravan and BU to B, right?
That's right.
So they did a pre-release kind of like that, 2 tracks. That was on the Time Machine tour, correct?
Yeah.
Because Rush always wanted to have, whenever they toured, I think they always wanted to have some sort of new product out, So they saw that wasn't a full coming album on that tour, so they were going to celebrate moving pictures, but they wanted to have some new material as well. So I remember they had the single for Caravan and BU to B, and I remember they did those songs on there. Then fast forward to this, and then I heard they were going to tour with a string ensemble, which is like really cool. First time Rush has ever had really outside musicians play with them. Thought that was really cool. First half of the concert was, again, like Power Windows stuff. It was really great, because I love that album. And then second, they did most of, not the whole Clockwork Angels, but, pretty much 80% of the album. And with the string, almost sounded great, man, And they rocked out, those string people, the people playing the strings and all that, man. They fit in perfectly. And they interacted with the band and everything. So I thought the tour was fantastic. They didn't play, really the only 70s Rush song they played was like the 2112, correct me if I'm wrong, Will. I think that's the only 70s that they touched on. They didn't touch on anything 70s.
No, it was all 80s and Clockwork.
Yeah. So, which is fine with me because, I like that they switched up the set list to make them different, So, and it was great to hear the Power Windows stuff, man. I never heard a lot of those songs live because I never saw the Power Windows tour or the Hold Your Fire tour. So it was great to kind of hear that. And they brought Mission back, which was cool. I love that they played Mission on there. And going back to the album, though, fantastic. I mean, it's you guys touched on the tracks, right? Halo Effect, one of my favorites. 7 Seas of Gold. I love the way it opens up with Getty's bass on that, and it just you hear Alex eventually coming in and just kind of going nuts and shit. Headlong Flight was cool. Kind of harkened back to their. You can tell they threw in little bits of like from Progressive Steel, like Bastille Day. There's kind of a little nod in there to that song, you know. So that's kind of cool. And of course, ending off with The Garden, perfect ending to like a career. That's just phenomenal, you know. I mean, I cry whenever I hear that song, and you know, it's a very emotional. People who accuse Rush of not writing emotional stuff is full of shit, you know. So what? They're proggy. So what? You can still write emotional stuff. And that song, if that song doesn't tug on your heartstrings, then you're not living, man. You know. So, I think it's the perfect cap. I mean, they couldn't have went out better with this album, man. I mean, their status is cemented, man. It'll never be tarnished. They went out with respect. They never pulled on the farewell card. They gave a little nod, you know, saying, you know, it might be the last time we might tour, you know. I believe, you know, if Neil had lived, though, eventually they would have probably toured another time. Maybe not a big full-scale tour, but maybe some sporadic shows here and there, you know. But they went out with class, man. What can you say, dude? You know. And I'm proud to be a fan, and I'll always be until draw my last breath on this earth, man. So.
Well,
me too.
Well. You know what, guys? I think we're gonna wrap it up. I don't think we're gonna touch on the live albums.
It's 4
I was gonna say, I gotta go to bed, man. I gotta
It's 1:30 here in New Jersey.
I just want to thank everybody for giving up y'all's time to do this. Thank you for the stories. Thank you for all the album reviews, the songs, the special memories that y'all had for these albums. Thank you for touching on all that. Believe me, I heard every word, and I am going to go back to all these albums and listen to what y'all said while I'm listening to this. Tomorrow, I will be on the BS sessions with Mark and Jerry. Jerry is on vacation, but I'll be there with Charles Trainer. We're going to be making our 11-song album of Anthrax tomorrow, which is going to be very interesting. I've got a whole new level of respect for those guys. As very interesting music and very energetic. And so we'll be doing that. And then next week we got another episode of the Black Spinner music podcast. It's going to be a vinyl battle. I just don't know what vinyls I'm going to battle yet. I know it's going to be the Doors debut against, I don't know yet. But it's going to be something from the same year. But thank you so much for watching, you guys out there on Facebook and on YouTube. And thanks again, guys. I couldn't have thanked y'all more for giving Rush this show what I envisioned and a lot more. I knew that I had picked the right 3 to do a show about Rush.
Thank you, man.
So thank y'all so much. Man.
Mark, thank you. Will, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I really enjoyed this episode. Hey, listen, 4.5 hours. Rush needs an epic length show.
Oh, hell yeah.
It doesn't matter.
We had to pay tribute for sure. So.
You should do the live albums on a separate episode. That'll take another 4.5 hours.
This is the hemispheres of podcasting here.
Yeah.
I just know that we all got to go to work in the morning. So
we do.
Love you guys, man.
All right.
My pleasure. Good to see you guys.
Rush on, man.
Night.
Long live Rush.
Good night, guys.
Have a good night.
Night.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.